Chapter 598. The Minister of War, Jiebingjia, reacted quickly after his initial shock. Something must have gone wrong. He had planned it so well, how could it go wrong? No, he had to control his emotions. He could not let others know about this. Otherwise, if he cheated in the imperial examinations, even as the Minister of War, he would be in deep trouble. Jiebingjia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and controlled his expression. However, some people could not control themselves. Wang Ku, he cheated. Examiner, I want to report that Wang Ku cheated. A shout came from the crowd of examinees. What? Everyone looked at Yasushi Simon among the examinees. Yasushi Simon was also jealous. That was originally his paper. Because he fought with Wang Ku, he took the wrong seat number. In the end, it all benefited Wang Ku. How could this be? If it was someone else, Yasushi Simon might be able to control his emotions. However, this was his enemy, Wang Ku. Wang Ku took advantage of him and became number one? How could he accept this? He exploded in an instant. Because Wang Ku's paper was still his handwriting. This made Yasushi Simon even more desperate. T. How can you say that Wang Ku cheated? You can't beat him, so you want to frame him? Old Dog Murong suddenly jumped out. That's right, Prime Minister. That kid is your son, right? You guys aren't framing him for no reason, are you? A veteran ruffian suddenly shouted. Simon Shunsui frowned and looked at Yasushi Simon, who was not far away. Yasushi Simon, you said that Wang Ku cheated? Do you have evidence? Evidence? Brother Jia, you say it? Yasushi Simon looked at Jiebingjia, who was not far away. Jiebingjia's face froze. Little ancestor, why did you expose me? Are you crazy? I am helping you, but you want to frame me? You are not an official, so you don't know how scary it is to cheat in the imperial examinations. You can do whatever you want? You want me to say it? Isn't that asking me to die? Young Master Shiman, I don't know why you called me out, but what I want to say is that the imperial examination is fair and impartial. There is absolutely no cheating. If you dare to slander me for no reason, don't blame me for not taking into account our past relationship. Even if you are the son of the Prime Minister, I will still report to the Xianghua and convict you of the crime of looking down on an official. Jiebingjia glared and shouted. This shout carried a ferocious aura that rushed toward Shiman Jing, who was not far away, causing Shiman Jing's body to tremble. This thought made Yasushi Simon sober up. That's right, I can't drag soldier armor down with me. There was no way Jiebingjia would help him. Father, examiners, during the battle at Yin Mountain, Wang Ku was still in the 100,000 mountains. How could he know about the battle at Yin Mountain? Furthermore, he got first place in terms of troops deployment. I'm the first one to be unconvinced. If a person who doesn't know about the battle at Yin Mountain gets first place, what fairness is there to speak of? Yasushi Simon glared. Bullshit, how could Wang Ku not know? We won't tell Wang Ku. I personally participated in that battle. Didn't I tell him in detail? Old Dog Murong glared. That's right, that's right. Examiners, you have already determined first place. Are you going to deny it just because Wang Ku is first? Aren't you being shameless? Do you civil officials have no shame? A veteran ruffian said in a deep voice. Enough. If there's any more noise in the examination hall, get out of the examination hall. Simon Shunsui shouted. Sure enough, the Prime Minister's prestige was unquestionable. Instantly, everyone lowered their voices. In this examination, the examination papers will be veiled. It will be fair and impartial. Whoever is first will be first. For the second test, Wang Ku is first. Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Father. Yasushi Simon said anxiously. There's no such thing as your father here. There are only examiners and examinees here. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll revoke your academic status and prevent you from participating in the imperial examinations for the rest of your life. Simon Shunsui glared. Simon Xuansui's angry rebuke shocked everyone who heard it. The Prime Minister was indeed the Prime Minister. He was so strict with his own son. It was admirable. However, Yasushi Simon was gloomy. I'm telling the truth, father. I'm your son. Why are you so ruthless towards me? Prime Minister Shiman, Yasushi Simon is your son after all. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. You don't have to be so angry. I think Yasushi Simon said it quite well. Why don't you ask me, the person involved, if I cheated? Wang Ku immediately said. When Wang Ku spoke, everyone stared at Wang Ku. What's going on? The Prime Minister has already helped you prove your innocence, and you still want to say 2 more words? Also, Yasushi Simon is slandering you, and you're still speaking up for him? Wang Ku, what are you trying to say? Simon Shunsui frowned and looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Originally, I was supposed to be making a fortune after getting first place out of nowhere. However, I didn't come to benevolent God City to become an official. I'm here to find my girlfriend. So, one must be strong if one has no desires. I'll just say it directly. Yasushi Simon is right. I didn't write this article, Wang Ku said. Yasushi Simon. Jiebingjia. Old dog Murong. Damn, what did we just hear? You didn't write it? Wang Ku, are you going to take responsibility for your words? Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. I'm taking responsibility for my words. That's why I have to tell the truth. He's right. I cheated, but I didn't want to cheat. Someone helped me cheat. I didn't write this article at all. Wang Ku explained. Wang Ku, are you out of your mind? How could you not write this article? Old dog Murong suddenly said anxiously. That's right. Wang Ku, what nonsense are you talking about? Everyone saw it just now. How could there be any cheating? Jiebingjia shouted with his eyes wide open. Are you crazy? Why are you still pretending to be innocent? Why are you exposing me at this time? Didn't you notice? The handwriting in this article isn't mine. Wang Ku immediately explained. Everyone looked at Wang Ku's paper. The handwriting was Yasushi Simon's? Wang Ku, what nonsense are you talking about? What's wrong with the handwriting? During the first test, didn't you use 2 different handwriting? At that time, we all knew that you could change your handwriting. What are you talking about? Jiebingjia's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he scolded. That's right. Wang Ku, didn't you use 2 different handwriting for Xianghua? Old dog Murong stared at him. Wang Ku's face twitched. Old dog Murong, you helped me cheat and even used Yasushi Simon's handwriting. Are you trying to trick me? If I get exposed in the future, my father-in-law will break us up. Wang Ku, tell us clearly. How did you cheat? Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. I don't know how I cheated. The point is, you all know that I just came out of the 100,000 mountains. I don't know anything about Een Mountain. How could I have written the Een Mountain marching plan? Wang Ku glared. This is our previous guess. You already knew about Een Mountain. Jiebingjiao immediately shouted. If this matter did not implicate him, Jiebingjiao would naturally dig deeper. But now, he was implicated. If the truth of cheating in the examination hall was completely exposed, even his dismissal would be a light punishment. There was no other way. He had to make Wang Ku admit that he had cheated. Who said I knew about Een Mountain? I don't know at all. I can't write it. Wang Ku shouted. Wang Ku, are you mocking this group of examiners? Are you saying that we are helping you? Just now, we said that the Prime Minister's questions were deliberately difficult for you. In the end, we were scolded by the Prime Minister. You are helping us vent our anger? You are using the Prime Minister's words to scold us, and then you are mocking the Prime Minister? Old dog Murong glared. Wang Ku, you are too righteous. It's all right, we are thick-skinned. It's fine if the Prime Minister scolds us. The group of veteran ruffians immediately looked at Wang Ku differently. Wang Ku glared and said, Who said I was helping you vent your anger? I am telling the truth. I really don't know anything about Een Mountain. This is the first time I've heard of Een Mountain. All right. It's enough. We owe you a favor, the group of veteran ruffians immediately said. Not far away, the Prime Minister's face darkened. The group of examiners glared angrily. You, Wang Ku, what are you pretending for? Didn't you just say a few words about these veteran ruffians? Is there a need for you to be so relentless? Wang Ku saw that he could not persuade them, so he spoke again. Don't misunderstand. I am telling the truth. My paper must have been tampered with by someone. There are problems with my brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Every word I wrote disappeared and turned into another word. This is not the military strategy one wrote. Someone deliberately helped me cheat. The words I wrote disappeared and turned into this essay. You can check my brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Wang Ku shouted loudly. At that moment, the examination hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Wang Ku strangely. Other than Jiebingjia and Yasushi Simon, who believed Wang Ku's words, no one else believed a word. Are you, Wang Ku, messing with us? Yasushi Simon looked at Wang Ku in shock. He did not know why Wang Ku exposed his shortcomings. Jiebingjia was even more shocked. Why the F***ck did you say the truth? Wang Ku, don't worry. You don't have to mock these examiners. No one can slander you. The words you wrote turned into another word? Who dares to accuse a deer as a horse? Shameless. Old Dog Murong glared. It's true. Go and check my brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Wang Ku said anxiously. Wang Ku, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone have been taken away. The paper is here. There are no problems. You don't have to say anything else. Who would cheat for you in this kind of essay? Jiebingjia suppressed his anger and said, I don't know who cheated for me. Which brother of the War God Temple is it? Old Dog Murong, did you write it? Wang Ku looked at the group of War God Temple veterans. The veterans were stunned. The surrounding officials' faces darkened. This group of War God Temple veterans were definitely good at fighting, but you asked them to write an essay? Write a military strategy? Who are you kidding? If they had that ability, would they have to return empty-handed in the imperial examinations for so many years? Wang Ku, forget it. We know you're wronged, but no matter how wronged you are, you still got first place. Just muddle through. Old Dog Murong persuaded. Yeah, the Prime Minister already said you got first place. Forget it. The veterans also comforted him. What I said is true. Why don't you believe me? Wang Ku glared. Believe? Who would believe him now? Getting a bunch of veterans to help him cheat to get first place? Isn't this scolding us civil officials? The Een Mountain military strategy. Even before the start of the examination, no one else knew about it. Only Jiebingjia and I knew about it. How could there be a leak? Wang Ku, we misunderstood. Let's drop this matter. Simon Shunsui said. Wang Ku still wanted to explain. Jiebingjia glared. Enough, Wang Ku, we were just doubting you. We didn't condemn you, right? Do you need to be so relentless? You're already first place in the second examination. Do you still want to vent for the War God Temple? Come, other than the Prime Minister, I'm the second person who knows about the examination. I suggested using the Een Mountain military strategy as the examination topic. If you have any doubts, tell me. If you have any grievances, come at me. I don't have any grievances. Wang Ku glared. What grievances do I have? I'm just telling the truth. If you don't have any grievances, then go back to your seat. The imperial examinations are fair and just. Everything will be done in the most public place. If you want to help the War God Temple establish its might, you can do it at any other time, but please don't behave atrociously here. Jiebingjia shouted. Who's behaving atrociously? Who's behaving atrociously? Aren't you the ones bullying the people of the War God Temple? After announcing the first place, continue to announce the others. Why do you have to argue about whether Wang Ku cheated? Wang Ku said a few words and you can't stand it? If you have the ability, don't take the examination with prejudice. Old Dog Murong glared. Instantly, the veterans of the War God Temple defended Wang Ku. Wang Ku! What the F***ck is this? You don't believe me? I really cheated. Besides, I still have to find my girlfriend. I don't have time to waste with you. P.S. First update. Chapter 599. At the square outside the Confucian Temple, the results of the second round were outstanding. The generals of the Divine Battle Hall had arrived in group. Did you see that? It's all thanks to my support that Wang Ku passed the exam. You don't know, those black-hearted civil officials even wanted to frame Wang Ku. You didn't know? They even accused Wang Ku of cheating. Wang Ku was the one who wrote the words, yet they claimed that Wang Ku's handwriting had changed into something else. How shameless could they be in front of so many people? That's right, the Divine Battle Hall never backed down when we were fighting. How dare they bully the people of the Divine Battle Hall now that the world is at peace? Aren't they trying to disappoint us? Luckily, the Divine Battle Hall had informed the Divine Battle Hall that the names of the participants were masked. If the names weren't masked, the winner would surely be in the first round. Out of 1,100. Not only did Wang Ku come first in the first round, he also came first in the second round. He's a member of the Divine Battle Hall. Outside the Confucian Temple, everyone was pointing at Wang Ku's paper. Even though the papers of the second place were similar to Wang Ku's, no one was looking at them. After all, everyone was trying to get the first place. What was there to see about the second place? It was rare for the Divine Battle Hall to hold such a grand event. They kept bringing their own people here to boast about it. Old Dog Murong was the first one to take the brunt of the crowd. Don't you know? I was the one who told Wang Ku about the incident at the Een Mountain. What? You don't believe me? Damn it, I'm the first one to meet Wang Ku. Old Dog, I heard that Wang Ku is not taking the exam anymore. Of course Wang Ku isn't taking the exam anymore. Do you know how much Wang Ku has been wronged? It's fine that Chao Xiong framed him in the first round, but the Prime Minister's son framed him in the second round. Isn't the chief examiner framing him in the third round too? Of course he's not taking the exam anymore. Everything proves that Wang Ku is innocent. Furthermore, he even fought for our War God Hall's reputation. If we were to be framed for this imperial examination, where would our War God Hall's reputation go? That's right, that's right. Wang Ku helped us vent our anger. We can't let him suffer alone. For the third round, let's call more people over. We can't let Wang Ku be slandered. That's right. I tried to persuade Wang Ku for a long time before he agreed to participate in the third test. Help me think of a way. Old Dog Murong said. Think of what? Old Dog Murong, you said that during the third test, the War God Temple personally invited Princess Serene Moon to watch the competition. That was why Wang Ku was appeased. How did you invite her? Even if I can't, don't I have you? Old Dog Murong said. Nonsense. We can't even see Princess Serene Moon. How can we invite her? This time, we've already said that if we can't see Princess Serene Moon during the third test, where will we put our faces? A champion glared. Old Dog Murong frowned and said, Why don't we invite the War God? War God? A group of old champions frowned. That's right. During the second test, the War God was worried that Wang Ku would embarrass himself, so he didn't show his face. Now, it's proven that Wang Ku is truly knowledgeable. During the third test, the War God will definitely be there, right? That's right. Wang Ku won 2 consecutive battles. The civil officials will definitely think of ways to deal with Wang Ku in the third test. They will definitely make things difficult for Wang Ku. If the War God doesn't appear, our War God Temple will definitely be at a disadvantage. The War God can't just ignore it, right? That's right. Let's go together. Go, let's go. A group of old champions of the War God Temple ran around for Wang Ku. Prime Minister's residence, Simon Shuansue's study. Simon Shunsui looked gloomily at Yasushi Simon, who was kneeling in front of him. Beside him was Jiebingjia, who was standing with his head lowered. If you don't have the ability to take the test, then admit that you don't have the ability. You're always thinking of crooked methods. Simon Shunsui glared. Jiebingjia also glared at Yasushi Simon, who was kneeling on the ground. You've killed me. Damn it, why did you come back and betray me? Father, I also want to be the princess's teacher. Yasushi Simon said unwillingly. Ha ha ha, you also want to be the princess's teacher? You want to be in a favorable position and enjoy the moonlight first? Everyone thinks so. Do you think you can do it just because you want to? After the first and second tests, there will be 3 more tests. I will personally set the questions for the 3 tests. Lastly, there will be the court test. The court test will be personally conducted by Xianghua. With your little smarts, do you think you can do it? Do you think Jiebingjia can always help you cheat? Simon Shunsui glared. Father, why don't you help me? Yasushi Simon said gloomily. Help you? That's harming you. Is the national talent selection ceremony a joke? Whoever you want to be in high school will be in high school. Cheating? You all want to die. Simon Shunsui glared angrily. Yasushi Simon lowered his head and did not dare to speak. And you, Jiebingjia, how dare you cheat? Simon Shunsui glared at Jiebingjia. Prime Minister, please calm down. That day, when I saw young master begging, I was blinded. Jiebingjia said bitterly. Jiebingjia felt that he had done it flawlessly. Even if something happened later, he handled it very well. However, how could all of this escape the Prime Minister's eyes? For Simon Shunsui to be able to become the benevolent Prime Minister, how could he be so easily fooled? He used a little bit of power to force out everything from Shimin Jing's mouth. Cheating in the examination hall was such a shocking scandal. In the end, one of the 2 cheaters was his favorite student, and the other was his son? This made Simon Shunsui, who thought that he was in control of the entire situation, have an ugly expression. At this moment, Simon Shunsui knew the truth. While he scolded the 2 of them, he was also extremely angry. Father, Big Brother Jie did help me, but Wang Ku took advantage of it. Wang Ku really cheated. Father, you have to expose him. Yasushi Simon said anxiously. Expose Wang Ku's cheating? How do I expose him? Wang Ku has already admitted to cheating. Why do I have to expose him? Simon Shunsui glared. Yasushi Simon and Jiebingjia's faces stiffened. Yes, Wang Ku was crazy. Why did he expose himself? Why did he expose himself? He was innocent, but the examiners helped him clear his name. If he were to expose him again, wouldn't it prove that there was a problem with all the examiners? They all helped him cheat? Father, Wang Ku said that he cheated. Is there really no other way? Yasushi Simon said gloomily. What other way can there be? It's already like this. If we expose Wang Ku again, do you know how the War God Temple will react? Simon Shunsui glared. Yasushi Simon and Jiebingjia's expressions turned ugly. If this continued, the matter would blow up. Prime Minister! A voice suddenly sounded outside the study. Come in, Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. Immediately, a black-clothed man walked in from outside the study and handed over a secret document. After the black-clothed man delivered the secret document, he immediately left the study. Prime Minister, should we leave first? Jiebingjia asked. No need. I sent someone to investigate Wang Ku's ode to Xianghua. Also, investigate the assassination of the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli. Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. Oh! Jiebingjia said in surprise. Clearly, Simon Shuansui's ode to Xianghua had been discovered by Wang Ku's ode to Xianghua. He had secretly sent someone to investigate. Simon Shunsui opened the secret document and read it. As he read, Simon Shuansui's face twitched violently. Father? Wang Ku's ode to Xianghua wasn't written by someone else and copied by Wang Ku, right? Yasushi Simon asked curiously. Simon Shunsui put down the secret document and leaned back in his armchair, rubbing his temples. The two looked at Simon Shunsui in confusion. What was going on? Father, Prime Minister, had never been so tired before. Why did he look like he had eaten a fly? Prime Minister Wang Ku cheated again? He cheated in the first test? The ode to Xianghua was copied by someone else and not written by him? Jiebingjia's eyes lit up as he keenly noticed everything. Sigh. Simon Shunsui sighed gloomily. Hearing this sigh, the two's eyes suddenly lit up. Prime Minister Wang Ku cheated in the second test and we couldn't do anything about it. But what about the first test? Since Wang Ku cheated, he should be disqualified. Jiebingjia said agitatedly. That's right, Father. Wang Ku cheated. No matter what, you can pursue it. Yasushi Simon also said agitatedly. Simon Shunsui looked at the two and shook his head with a strange expression. I can't do anything about it. Why? The two were puzzled. Wang Ku didn't lie. He already exposed himself. It was us who insisted on giving him first place. Simon Shunsui said bitterly. What do you mean? We can't do anything about the second test. Could it be that during the first test, Wang Ku went crazy and falsely accused the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, is true? Jiebingjia glared. Simon Shunsui. It's true. It's because it's true that it's such a trap. If you want to expose Wang Ku, the implications will be even greater. Not only will the cheating in the imperial examinations be blown out of proportion, but the entire Daisan dynasty will also become a huge joke. The reputation of the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, will be ruined. Of course, Wang Yuli will never admit to it. If he continues to argue and make a big fuss, wouldn't he become a joke to the whole world? Most importantly, Wang Ku didn't lie from beginning to end. He was telling the truth from beginning to end. In the end, everyone would lose a lot of face and damage the country's reputation. However, Wang Ku, who was speaking the truth, would be put on a pedestal. How is this exposing Wang Ku? This is setting up a moral monument for Wang Ku. Father, I've already been eliminated from the second test. We can't let Wang Ku take advantage of me, right? Yasushi Simon said gloomily. Most importantly, Wang Ku looked at these two advantages with disdain. Don't you think it's infuriating? Jiebingjia said gloomily. Simon Shunsui rubbed his temples and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then, he took a deep breath and said, This matter is for all of you to rot in your stomachs. Yasushi Simon said reluctantly. Yes. Jiebingjia replied. That's all for now. Wang Ku is first in the first and second test. Consider it as giving some face to the war god temple. This matter ends here. No other voices are allowed. Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. But, Yasushi Simon said gloomily, the imperial examinations aren't just two simple tests. There are 3 more tests and a court test. I will set the questions for the 3 tests. I won't tell anyone the questions. When the time comes, I will announce them. There won't be any cheating. Once the 3 tests are over, Wang Ku's true colors will be exposed. He will be eliminated then. Simon Shunsui sighed softly. Yes. Jiebingjia and Yasushi Simon could only nod helplessly. P.S. Second update. Chapter 600. After the second round, there were only 100 candidates left. Only 100 people were quarantined. Although these 100 people had not been announced, they were all grand scholars. Although they were quarantined, they still had time to eat. With Wang Ku's cultivation, he did not care about a meal or two, but if he could get some fresh air, he would naturally come out. At this moment, at the dining table in the new cafeteria, Wang Ku was eating while looking at Qing Baichuan, whose face was full of pimples. Old Qing, you're not bad. You actually passed the second round? Wang Ku said in surprise. Qing Baichuan's face twitched. Don't expect me to fight for you today. I don't like fighting. It was Yasushi Simon who provoked me. You can't blame me, Wang Ku said. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku with a dark face. Can't blame you? You were the one who started the fight last time and I almost got exposed. Old Qing, you're a fugitive, but you still want to take the imperial exam. What's your purpose? Wang Ku said in a low voice. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. What are you trying to say? Are you an assassin? Who are you trying to assassinate with the imperial exam? Wang Ku stared at Qing Baichuan and asked. Qing Baichuan was stunned. Assassin? Yes, assassin. I met an assassin some time ago called Rabbit King. He can't compare to you. His rabbit group is not strict, and it's like a club. They don't do things carefully enough. Compared to you, you're far worse. Look, you're a professional. In order to assassinate someone, you want to hang your head and stab the top scorer with an awl. TSK, professional, you're really professional. Wang Ku exclaimed. Qing Baichuan's face twitched. What kind of crazy assassin would become the top scorer just to cover up his identity as an assassin? What were you thinking? I'm not an assassin, Qing Baichuan said in a low voice. Okay. What are you afraid of? I won't expose you. I just want to tell you that I don't care who you assassinate. When you assassinate someone, stay away from my girlfriend. Don't scare my girlfriend. Wang Ku glared. Your girlfriend? Qing Baichuan stared at him. That's right, my girlfriend is Princess Serene Moon. Don't you know? That's right. With your identity as an assassin, how could you possibly know? You owe me 20 million kilograms of spirit stones. As long as you let me know in advance before you make a move. Do you understand? Wang Ku glared at him. Qing Baichuan's face twitched. Have you ever seen an assassin greet their target before they kill? I said, I'm not an assassin. Qing Baichuan emphasized again. Okay, no need to say any more, I understand. Wang Ku patted Qing Baichuan's shoulder. Lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense and get me into trouble. Qing Baichuan suddenly stared at Wang Ku and signaled to him that someone was coming. Wang Ku turned his head and saw a man wearing a half-iron mask, holding a glass of wine and some side dishes, sitting at a table not far from Wang Ku. His back was facing Wang Ku. What are you afraid of? Old Cheng, you're too timid. Wang Ku said disdainfully. Do you know who he is? Qing Baichuan whispered and pointed at the man with the iron mask. Him? How would I know? Is he your target? Wang Ku raised his eyebrows. I said, I'm not an assassin. This iron mask man is not simple. Qing Baichuan narrowed his eyes. How is he not simple? Wang Ku asked curiously. The imperial examination is a major event of the country. Is it normal for someone to wear a mask? Which examinee doesn't wear their real face? Qing Baichuan narrowed his eyes. Aren't you the same? Your face has been pixelated, and you still have the nerve to talk about others? Wang Ku glared at him. Qing Baichuan suddenly became angry. Mine is different. I have no choice. Maybe he has no choice? Don't look at his smooth skin without the mask. Maybe the part covered by the mask is ugly? Wang Ku said. Qing Baichuan was speechless. Not far away, the masked man's hand that was holding the wine glass suddenly showed blue veins. Obviously, he had sat next to them to eavesdrop on their conversation. But when he came, he heard the two of them mocking him. You're the ugly one, damn it! Even if you're ugly, you can't cover your face. That's the rule. Qing Baichuan said. Rules? Are there any rules in the imperial examination now? Wang Ku said disdainfully. He had cheated twice and he had exposed himself, but no one believed him. What was there to follow? There are still rules. If he can cover his face, it can only mean one thing. This person's identity is very important. When the invigilators checked his identity, they saw his face under the mask. Then, because of his important identity, they allowed him to continue covering his face. Qing Baichuan said. Not far away, the masked man's chopsticks paused. Apparently, he was surprised by Qing Baichuan's analysis. Oh, that's normal. Don't make a fuss. Wang Ku didn't care. Qing Baichuan stared at Wang Ku. How is it normal? How is it normal? This is the imperial examination, the national talent selection ceremony. How can it be so casual? Sigh, you're just a little assassin. What do you know? Just watch the imperial examination. Don't take it too seriously. Wang Ku said disdainfully. Qing Baichuan. The masked man. Wang Ku, how can you think like that? Sigh, you're also first place twice. That's why you don't care. Do you know how difficult it is for others? Just look at the masked man next to you. Do you know? He's second place twice. Do you know how hard it is for him? If it weren't for you, he would be first place twice. If it weren't for you, all the glory would be his. Qing Baichuan said. Wang Ku looked at the masked man in surprise. Second place twice? Not far away, the masked man drank a mouthful of wine and let out a long sigh. Why did he come to eavesdrop on their conversation? It was because he was angry. He had prepared so much and wanted to shine in this imperial examination. In the end, he was suppressed by Wang Ku twice. Shine brilliantly? Second place twice? But who would remember? The outside world only cared about first place. They didn't care about second place at all. Masked man, what's the point of eavesdropping? Why don't we sit down and talk? Wang Ku invited. The masked man pretended not to hear. Don't be angry. Sigh, in fact, you should be the first this time. Later, you give me some money. After I find my girlfriend, I will help you talk to her and let you get first place. Wang Ku advised. Qing Bai stared at Wang Ku and said, What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I'm just going to clarify. I got first place by cheating. I didn't rely on my real ability. My results are unfair. You see, I can't let the masked man be wronged just because I got first place, right? Masked man, you should be very rich, right? Wang Ku looked at the masked man. You don't want the imperial examination anymore? You're already a jinshi. Qing Bai stared. I'm not sick. I'm here to find my girlfriend, not to be the top scorer. What can the top scorer do? In the Daisen dynasty, he's just a small official. I'm the local tyrant in the Shirwan Mountains. I don't want to be a local tyrant and come here to be a small official? I don't have masochistic tendencies. Wang Ku glared. Qing Bai was speechless. The masked man turned his head. What do you mean? The Daisen dynasty's jinshi can't compare to your status as the sect master of the Sky Wolf sect? The masked man stared at Wang Ku. Why are you looking at me like that? Can't you analyze it yourself? In terms of territory, the Daisen dynasty is only a dozen times bigger than the Shirwan Mountains. It's not much bigger. The entire Shirwan Mountains listens to me. If I'm a top scorer in the Daisen dynasty, can the Daisen dynasty give me 1/10 of the territory and let me do whatever I want? Wang Ku analyzed. In your dreams. Qing Baichuan glared. Isn't that it? I'm the local tyrant. Why should I come here to be a servant? Wang Ku glared. Can the Shirwan Mountains compare to the Daisen dynasty? The Shirwan Mountains are a bunch of weak cultivators. The masked man glared. I have a martial god realm Arhat, a primordial soul realm powerhouse, and countless nascent soul realm powerhouses under my command. I can do whatever I want in the Shirwan Mountains. Tell me, even if I'm the top scorer here, can the Daisen dynasty give me the same rights? Wang Ku glared. Qing Bai was speechless. The masked man was speechless. You haven't woken up from your dream, and you want to do whatever you want? So, why don't I give up being a local tyrant and come here to be a small official? Wang Ku said disdainfully. The two stared at Wang Ku for a while and suddenly realized that Wang Ku's words made sense. Why did the Shirwan Mountains listen to him? Then why did you come out of the Shirwan Mountains? The masked man asked in a deep voice. I don't have a choice. My girlfriend is here. I'm here to pick her up. Wang Ku sighed. The two of them were speechless. Also, my company is developing well and is about to expand. I came out to inspect it and make some connections while I'm at it. Wang Ku explained. You want to pick up Serene Moon? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy? The masked man glared. Why am I not worthy? I'm the local tyrant of the Shirwan Mountains. Logically speaking, I'm on the same level as the great benevolent human emperor. According to normal etiquette, my visit to the Daesan dynasty is a diplomatic affair. Do you understand? This is a meeting between the leaders of the two countries. Xianghua should be the one to welcome me. I was thinking that the good emperor is my father-in-law, so I came to his house so casually. Wang Ku glared at him. Bullsh *T. You want to be on the same level as Xianghua? The masked man glared and scolded. Are you crazy? I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. Why are you scolding me? I just said that as long as you give me some money, I'll help you get back to first place. You're making it difficult for me to help you. Wang Ku glared angrily. The masked man was speechless. All right. I'll be fair. Wang Ku isn't exaggerating. Why are you so extreme when you're wearing a mask? Qing Baichuan said. That's right. Wang Ku glared. The masked man was speechless. Young man, don't think too highly of yourself. Don't underestimate others either. It's not that I'm looking down on the Daesan dynasty. After going through the 2 imperial examinations, I can tell. The great benevolent imperial examination? That's all there is to it. Wang Ku shook his head in disdain. You dare to insult the great benevolent imperial examination? The masked man glared. Don't be so anxious. Look at me. I can get first place casually. You're so anxious that your eyes are red, but you can only get second place. You can only comment if you get first place. Do you know that? Wang Ku said. The masked man was speechless. I've studied hard for so many years. Why can't I beat you? Actually, there's another important reason for you to get second place. Do you know? Wang Ku said solemnly. What's the reason? The masked man asked in a low voice. Your status is too low. You have too few connections. All you can do is bribe the examiner to give you a mask to hide your ugliness. If your status was higher and your connections were bigger, you could have bought the exam questions directly. Cheating in the exam is a common thing. That's not right. Maybe you've already bribed the examiner to cheat. Unfortunately, you didn't pay enough money. Or maybe your status is too low, so they only arranged for you to get second place? Wang Ku suddenly analyzed. Qing Baichuan was speechless. Cheat? You're the one who cheated. We all took the exam with our own abilities. The masked man glared. Is that so? That's such a pity. I didn't get first place with my own abilities. It came out of nowhere. It's like there's a big hand in the dark manipulating everything. I don't want to get first place, but this big hand in the dark wants me to get first place. I can't do anything about it. Wang Ku shook his head. The two of them were speechless. Wang Ku, are you showing off in front of us? P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 601. In the examinee's cafeteria. Qing Baichuan and the masked man glared at Wang Ku. There's a big hand pulling the strings behind the scenes, forcing you to get first place? Why don't you go and die? Who wants you to get first place? You don't believe me? Wang Ku glared at them. Wang Ku, we all know that you mocked the examiners in the examination hall. What's the use of showing off in front of us? The masked man said coldly. Who's showing off in front of you? I just want to tell you that if you want to get first place, I can help you. Wang Ku said solemnly. You'll help me? The masked man glared. Do you want to get first place? Wang Ku said solemnly. The great scientific examination is fair and just. Do you think you can get first place just because you want it? The masked man said disdainfully. I told you not to take the scientific examination too seriously. It's not as fair as you think. There's cheating in the scientific examination, But you don't know about it. Wang Ke shook his head. How could the scientific examination be fair if the examinee could even change his own paper? Wang Ku, which eye of yours saw that the scientific examination was unfair? The masked man was unconvinced. Is there a need to see? Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you first. Look, you can wear a mask in the examination hall. That's obviously cheating. Who would know who you are if you wear a mask? Or are you just a substitute for someone else to take the exam? Are you helping others cheat? Wang Ku asked curiously. Bullsh *T. You're the one who cheated. The masked man glared. Old Qing said that it's unfair to wear a mask. Look, you're the one who's unfair. Then I saw it with my own eyes. I can even change the words on my paper. How can the scientific examination be fair? Wang Ke said disdainfully. The masked man was speechless. Right, was what I said just now right? You're a substitute. How much did you get paid? Can you introduce them to me? I'll admit that I cheated in the first 2 exams and let you get first place for the person who took the exam. However, I'll have to double your fee. Wang Ke said solemnly. The masked man. You're the substitute. Okay, Wang Ku, you don't have to say any more. This examination room is definitely fair. Qing Baichuan shook his head. Wang Ku glared at Qing Baichuan. You're an assassin. What do you know? Assassin? The masked man looked at Qing Baichuan in confusion. Qing Baichuan's face instantly darkened. Wang Ku, why are you talking nonsense? I already said that I'm not an assassin. Also, didn't you mention the rabbit monarch earlier? Didn't you say he was an assassin? Qing Baichuan immediately changed the topic and did not want to talk about himself. Rabbit King? Are you very familiar with the rabbit monarch? The masked man narrowed his eyes. You know about the rabbit monarch too? Wang Ke looked at the masked man in surprise. I've heard of it. The masked man nodded. Oh, it's nothing much. Old Cheng and I were just scolding the Rabbit King for being unprofessional. His employer is also an idiot. Wang Ke said. Idiot? What idiot? The masked man glared. Idiot? You don't know? The Rabbit Monarch's employer hired the Rabbit Monarch to assassinate Wang Yuli, but I bumped into him. Don't you think this employer is sick? Wang Ke shook his head in disdain. Sick in what way? The masked man asked in a deep voice. He assassinated someone and even hired mercenaries? Isn't he afraid that others won't know about it? Does he want the whole world to know about it? Wang Ke said. I remember that the rabbit regiment is very tight-lipped. The masked man said in a deep voice. How can there be such a tight-lipped person? It's just that they didn't pay enough. The rabbit monarch is even more lustful. Don't even talk about money. Just give him a female rabbit and he'll sell his employer. Wang Ke said in disdain. No, that's impossible. The masked man said in a deep voice. Why wouldn't it be possible? My friend Zhang Jingdao knows some 8-9 arcane art and can transform into a female rabbit. The rabbit monarch has even taken out its coffin capital. What else do you expect from the rabbit monarch? It's just a mercenary. Isn't keeping its mouth shut for the sake of its reputation? Isn't reputation for the sake of earning money? Otherwise, it wouldn't risk its life to become a mercenary for the sake of its ideals, right? Wang Ke analyzed with widened eyes. Wang Ke's analysis is right. Don't expect a mercenary to keep its mouth shut. Nothing else matters as long as the money is in place. It's keeping its mouth shut for the sake of money. A female rabbit can make it fork out its coffin capital. In the rabbit monarch's heart, a female rabbit is more important than money, and money is more important than keeping its mouth shut. Indeed, a female rabbit can make the rabbit monarch betray its employer. Qing Baichuan analyzed from the side. The masked man was speechless. The masked man didn't want to admit it, but the truth was right there. How could he refute it? That's why you said that the rabbit monarch's employer is a fool? You tell me. Wang Ke looked at the masked man. The masked man fell silent. Clearly, he didn't want to criticize the employer. Secondly, do you know Chao Xiong? Although I don't know what relationship Chao Xiong has with the rabbit monarch's employer, it's definitely related. Back then, Chao Xiong knew that the rabbit monarch was going to assassinate Wang Yoli, but he deliberately didn't show himself. This means that Chao Xiong definitely knows who the employer is and doesn't dare to offend him. Wang Ke said. Chao Xiong. The masked man clenched his fists tightly. That's right. Therefore, it's even easier to find out who assassinated the great benevolent Ministry of Rights Minister. A female rabbit can get the truth out of him. Also, Chao Xiong can get the truth out of him. Was this employer an idiot? Everyone knows that he assassinated an official of the Great Benevolence Imperial Court. Anyone who wants to do a little investigation will be able to find out. Don't you think he's a fool? Is there something wrong with his head? Wang Ke reprimanded. Why do you keep scolding the rabbit monarch's employer? The masked man clenched his fists tightly. I'm not scolding him. I'm just saying that he's a fool and that there's something wrong with his head. Such a person has a very important characteristic, Wang Ke said. What characteristic? The masked man asked in a deep voice. He's a fool with a lot of money. He's very gullible. I'm really unlucky. Why don't I know such a person? He foolishly gave so much money to the rabbit monarch. Such a person is the god of wealth. I'll definitely find out who he is later and befriend him, Wang Ke said. A fool with a lot of money? You want to befriend him? The masked man asked in a deep voice. That's right. I can introduce you to him when the time comes. After all, he's a fool with a lot of money. Even a rabbit can swindle him out of a pile of money. How high do you expect his intelligence to be? Wang Ke said. Before Wang Ke could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a casserole pot suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ke. Boom! The masked man had punched Wang Ke in the face. This punch came too suddenly. It was so sudden that Wang Ke and Qing Baichuan failed to react in time. Wang Ke was chatting happily with the rabbit monarch's employer, so why did the masked man suddenly attack? Wang Ke exclaimed. It didn't hurt? More importantly, the power of this punch was so great that Wang Ke's turbid true yuan aura suddenly rose. In that instant, his cultivation surged, scaring Wang Ke so much that his expression changed drastically. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. His cultivation was about to break through again? Why are you fine? The masked man asked in shock. Was my shameful punch fake? Fake? No, Wang Ke's soul was about to scatter from fright. F***ck your mother, I almost broke through. Just a little bit more. Do you know how hard it was for me to stabilize my cultivation? Pung! Wang Ke grabbed the plate and smashed it on the masked man's face. The masked man exclaimed. F***ck, are you crazy? I was chatting with you and was about to bring you to earn some money. How dare you sneak attack me? Are you asking for a beating? Old Qing, let's fight together. Beat me up, and I'll waive your debt of 10 million caddies. Wang Ke shouted angrily. You dare to hit me? The masked man said angrily. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. F***ck, I have to keep a low profile. I sneaked into this imperial examination to keep a low profile. I have my own purpose and I can't expose it. Wang Ke, are you crazy? Are you trying to get me into a fight again? Do I owe you anything? Qing Baichuan wanted to ignore it, but Wang Ke had already hidden behind him, and the masked man attacked him. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. What the F***ck, Wang Ke, are you here for the examination? Do you always have to cause trouble before the examination? Boom! Qing Baichuan had to make a move. Qing Baichuan and the masked man immediately started fighting, and Wang Ke launched a sneak attack from the side. In an instant, a large number of tables in the cafeteria fell. How strong was an Essence Soul Realm powerhouse? Even if he suppressed his aura, it was still an extremely terrifying aftershock. Ah! The people eating nearby were all sent flying by the aftershock. "Sir, this is bad. They're fighting again, they're fighting again." There was a commotion in the distance. The official from the Ministry of Personnel, who was in charge of Wang Ku, hurried over, and his expression changed drastically. F***ck, why are they fighting again? Are all the people from the Combat God Temple troublemakers? I just left for a while. Why are you guys fighting so fiercely? Last time, you fought with the Prime Minister's son. Who are you fighting with this time? Boom. With a loud bang, the huge cafeteria suddenly collapsed. What's going on? What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble here? 2 days ago, the West cafeteria was demolished, and now the East cafeteria is demolished too? Who is it? A shout was heard. The person in charge of the examinees had rushed over. Boom. A large number of guards hurried over and quickly separated the examinees. The group of people who were fighting was also separated. Wang Ku glared angrily at the masked man who had been beaten up until his hair was disheveled. The masked man's mask had been knocked off, and there was a black eye on his eye. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. However, with the mask off, one could see that he was not ugly. On the contrary, he was very handsome. When Qing Baichuan saw the masked man's true face, his expression changed instantly, and he shrank behind Wang Ku. "What are you looking at? If not for the person in charge of the examination hall, I would have beaten you into a pig's head." Wang Ku glared at the masked man. Come on, Wang Ku, come on. See if I don't kill you," the masked man roared. The person in charge of the examination hall saw the masked man and Wang Ku, and his scalp went numb. Why is this person here? "Your Highness, you are," the person in charge said with an ugly expression. "Greetings, Your Highness." A group of guards also greeted respectfully. "Third Prince? What do you mean?" Wang Ku looked at Qing Baichuan, who was beside him. Qing Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not know what to do for a moment. What the F***ck? Is Wang Ku this troublemaker always so terrifying when he gets into trouble? He even dragged me to beat up the third prince just now? The third prince, the third son of the great benevolent human emperor, Qing Baichuan said bitterly. At this moment, the official in charge of Wang Ku was completely dumbfounded. The last time we ate in the canteen, Wang Ku beat up the Prime Minister's son. This time, he beat up the Xianghua's son? Is this person from the Combat God Temple an ancestor? Picking on people of high status to beat up? What should I do? I'm just a small official in the Ministry of Personnel, and I haven't been promoted to an official position. What should I do when the gods are fighting? Will I never be able to become an official in this lifetime? The official from the Ministry of Personnel looked at the two ancestors in despair. P.S. First update. Chapter 602. The third test, the Confucian Temple's examination hall. There were only 100 candidates left in the examination hall, but it was not deserted at all. This was because a group of Combat God Temple's champions had come to cause trouble again. You can't beat him on the field, so you beat him off the field. How embarrassing! You can't beat Wang Ku, so you beat up Wang Ku. How shameless! Hand over the person who beat him up. Old Dog Murong led a group of Combat God Temple's champions to cause a ruckus. The candidates were quarantined, so they did not know about the commotion in the examination hall. However, after the second test, more than 900 candidates were eliminated. They had leaked the news of the fight during the quarantined period. Wang Ku and Yasushi Simon had fought before. How could they tolerate that? It did not matter if Yasushi Simon was the son of the Prime Minister or not. They fought because they were jealous of Wang Ku, and they purposely made it so that Wang Ku could not take the exam. They were acting shamelessly. As the current leader of the Combat God Temple, how could Wang Ku be wronged? Therefore, the Combat God Temple sent people to keep an eye on the quarantined area. When the quarantined area was lifted this morning, They heard that Wang Ku was fighting with someone again. How could this be? Did they think that the combat god temple was a pushover? Wang Ku was beaten up repeatedly. Wasn't this the time for the combat god temple to cause trouble? Even though they did not know who fought with Wang Ku, Simon Shunsui should take responsibility for the person who fought with Wang Ku. Wang Ku, don't be afraid. That shameless person dared to beat you up. We will seek justice for you even if we have to report this to Xianghua. That's right. Who is the shameless person who beat up Wang Ku? Why is he too ashamed to stand up? Come out, you shameless person. Even though the third prince was wearing a mask, it was not difficult to see his twitching face among the candidates. A bunch of idiot. F***ck, you guys are the shameless ones. Wang Ku is the shameless one. The third crown prince clenched his fist. Wang Ku looked at old dog Murong and the others and immediately explained, "Everyone, stop shouting. I'm fine, I'm fine. The person who provoked me has already been beaten to the point of crying for his parent. I'm not injured, but his face is swollen and his mouth is crooked." Eh? Is that so? You didn't lose out? Old dog Murong glared at him. I didn't. Don't you know who I am? How can he fight me? At that time, if the guards didn't come in time, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Wang Ku comforted. After all, it's a serious time for the imperial examinations, and the atmosphere would be awkward because of you all. So, forget it, I'll help to calm them down. It would have been better if Wang Ku hadn't consoled him. Now that he had, the third crown prince's nose was crooked from anger. F***ck, who was beaten to the point of crying for their parents, who was beaten black and blue, with a crooked mouth and evil eyes, who was beaten to the point of almost kneeling down and begging for mercy. Wang Ku, you're shameless. How dare you lie through your teeth? The third crown prince was so angry that his knuckles cracked. At this moment, the group of examinees looked at Wang Ku, who had caused trouble, and didn't know what to do. As the main examiner, Simon Shunsui had already received the news that Wang Ku and the third crown prince had a fight. He was so angry that he almost threw the paperweight on the desk beside him. The third crown prince wanted to participate in the imperial examinations incognito, and he had agreed to it. In the end, he was exposed by Wang Ku and even slapped in the face. This Wang Ku cheated in the examinations, and after the examinations, he caused trouble everywhere. If this kind of person was in the past, he would have long removed his qualifications as an examinee. However, he had come in first in 2 examinations, which put him in a difficult position. More importantly, he had cheated to come in first. If he were to remove his qualifications as an examinee and investigate thoroughly, when the cheating in the examination hall was exposed, he would have a headache and the country's reputation would be damaged. Most importantly, he was the only one who had cheated in the examination hall. This scourge. Simon Shuansui's face twitched. All right, old dog Murong, and brothers from the War God Temple, give me some face and stop causing trouble. As the main examiner, the Prime Minister is responsible for the discipline of the examination hall. With all of you causing trouble, the Prime Minister will be in a difficult position. After all, he is the main examiner. Give me some face and don't make things difficult for the Prime Minister. Wang Ku immediately tried to appease them. Simon Shuansui's face twitched. I need you to give me face and help me? Damn it, isn't this trouble caused by you? All right. Since Wang Ku didn't suffer any losses, then forget it. After the imperial examinations, we will find the brat who was beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy by Wang Ku to settle the score. Old dog Murong cried out. All right. The group of War God Temple's generals replied. In the crowd, the third prince was so angry that his eyes were red as he glared at old dog Murong, who was beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy by Wang Ku. You don't know the F***king situation, so don't talk nonsense. Now that everyone has been banned from saying that I was the one who fought with Wang Ku, I will definitely be exposed after the examination. At that time, everyone will say that I was beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy by Wang Ku. Don't I still want my face? This is slander. You were treated unfairly in both examinations. If it wasn't for your outstanding results that surpassed the examiner's suppression, I'm afraid you would have been framed. Old Dog Murong frowned. Not far away, Simon Xuansui's face darkened. Who framed Wang Ku? Also, how did Wang Ku get treated unfairly? What results did he obtain that surpassed the examiner's suppression? He cheated in both examinations. It's fine, it's fine. I don't care. Scholarly achievements are like floating clouds to me. If I have an upright attitude and no desires, I will be strong. Wang Ku shook his head. Wang Ku's attitude is still the best. A group of combat generals instantly sighed. The third prince, Simon Shunsui, Qing Baichuan, and the rest all stared at Wang Ku. Where's your face? Originally, we were going to ask the God of War to uphold justice, but the God of War is busy and can't come. Therefore, we can only wrong you for a while. Later, we will all help you hold the fort here. If anyone dares to suppress your talent for no reason and deliberately smear your reputation, we will definitely back you up. Old Dog Murong said solemnly. That's right. A group of combat generals replied. Not far away, Simon Shunsui suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at this group of veterans. You are going to uphold justice? Would I deliberately suppress Wang Ku's talent? You bunch of illiterates, what do you know? Wang Ku is the one who cheated. There's no need for that. It doesn't matter if I don't take the 3 examinations. More importantly, you promised to help me find Princess Serene Moon. Where is she? Wang Ku stared at Old Dog Murong. We invited a female combat general to meet Princess Serene Moon. She also told the princess that you are the top scorer for her. We invited her to observe the 3 examinations. Old Dog Murong said. What did Serene Moon say? Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Princess Serene Moon said that she wanted to come immediately, but Xianghua gave her a task and she can't leave now. She can only be free after she participates in the court examinations. Old Dog Murong said. Serene Moon's movements are restricted by Xianghua? She still wants to participate in the court examinations? Wang Ku immediately frowned. More or less. I think you should focus on the 3 examinations. After the 3 examinations, you will be able to meet Serene Moon directly in the court examinations. Old Dog Murong said. Wang Ku's expression turned ugly. I don't have the confidence to pass the 3 examinations. How am I supposed to take the examinations if I cheat so much? I passed the first 2 examinations because of luck, and I didn't get the wrong seat number for the 3rd examination. You can definitely do it. You have to do well for the Temple of War. Old Dog Murong said. Wang Ku. Do well for your sister? I cheated to get here, how can I do well? Don't worry. Although the God of War can't uphold justice, she told us that she told the Prime Minister to be fair. You will definitely pass this time. Old Dog Murong said. Wang Ku. I can pass? Unless Simon Shunsui sets questions like calculus, advanced mathematics, or stock futures index calculation, I can crush everyone. Otherwise, how am I supposed to win? All right, those who have nothing to do with this, please leave. The 3 examinations are about to begin. Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Prime Minister Shiman, you must be fair and just. We are all watching. Murong Old Dog and the others warned before they left. Simon Shunsui looked coldly at the group of idiots from the Temple of War. Damn it, you bunch of veterans dare to question my fairness? Taking a deep breath, Simon Shunsui looked at the 100 candidates and said in a deep voice, the generals are right. The God of War Wang Yuanjiu told me to ensure that the examination is fair. This official should scrupulously abide by his responsibilities and give everyone a fair environment. I came up with the questions for the 3 examinations alone and didn't tell anyone. I am only announcing them now. All the candidates looked at Simon Shunsway. Only Wang Ke didn't think much of it. He didn't do well anyway. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. The questions for the 3 examinations are poems and songs. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Poems and songs? All the examiners looked at Simon Shunsway in surprise. I know that poems and songs are just a small path. They can't bring peace to the country or save the people. However, poems and songs can cultivate one's sentiments and arouse one's emotions. They can inspire people to love their country more and inspire soldiers to fight harder. Poems and songs can be passed down by word of mouth and can quickly influence people's thoughts. It can reveal one's thoughts and spiritual talent. The 3 examinations are based on poems and songs. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Poems and songs? Wang Ke suddenly said in shock. Simon Shunsway glanced at Wang Ke and ignored him. Wang Ke had cheated twice. Simon Shunsway had found out, but he couldn't expose him in front of everyone. He was helpless. It wasn't that Simon Shunsway was targeting Wang Ke. As the chief examiner of the Imperial Examination and Talent Selection Ceremony, he had to maintain fairness. Wang Ke had openly cheated twice. How could there be fairness? In order to prevent Wang Ke's incident from becoming a joke in the Daesan dynasty, Wang Ke had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, if Wang Ke passed each examination, where would the face of the Imperial Examination go? Poems and songs were extremely subjective. If Wang Ke was eliminated, wouldn't it be just a matter of a sentence from him? Moreover, according to the investigation, Wang Ke didn't have any literary talent. He had never written poems and songs before. How could he write them? His thinking last night and changing the questions at the last minute weren't in vain. This time, he had to eliminate Wang Ke. That's right. Poems and songs must have substance. The theme this time is the war between the righteous and demonic, the suffering of the soldiers. Simon Shunsway shouted in a deep voice. In other words, poems and songs are based on the theme of war, frontier fortress, and the suffering of the soldiers? Wang Ke stared at Simon Shunsway. That's right. Examinees, you can answer the questions now. The papers will be collected before sunset. Simon Shunsway shouted in a deep voice. Yes, all the examinees answered. Wang Ke's expression was strange. Is there a big hand behind the scenes that wants to push me to be the top scorer? Recite poems? I'm going to vomit from reciting the 9 years of compulsory education. You specially helped me get first place. How can I accept this? P.S. Second update. Chapter 603. Confucian Temple Square. Third round. During the third round, it was very strange. Everyone unconsciously looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke's first 2 rounds were too dazzling. He was so dazzling that he mocked all the examiners and even got first place in both rounds. The third round was a poetry competition. Wouldn't Wang Ke be like a fish in water? The generals of the combat god hall smiled proudly. After all, Wang Ke could write Ode to Xianghua. It should be easy for him to write poetry too, right? The examinees glanced at Wang Ke as they pondered. The examiners were also staring at Wang Ke. One of the examiners was very tactful. He was worried that Wang Ke would ask for tea again, so he took the initiative to bring a cup of tea to Wang Ke. Simon Shunsway was the only one who picked up the teacup indifferently. In his heart, Simon Shunsway thought that Wang Ke had cheated in the first 2 rounds. He was going to expose him in the third round to prevent others from accusing him of cheating in the examination. Simon Shunsway took a sip of tea in satisfaction. Is Wang Ke starting to write? Prime Minister. The Minister of War, Jiebingjia, asked in confusion. Jiebingjia also knew about Wang Ke's cheating. He also applauded the Prime Minister's method. The Prime Minister was able to expose Wang Ke's true colors with a single question. Wang Ke was done for. However, while everyone was thinking about the question, Wang Ku was the first to write. It's fine. Let him play. He's the one who's embarrassing himself. Simon Shunsway took another sip of tea with a disdainful look. Literary? What a strong literary style! Jiebingjia exclaimed. Who is it? Simon Shunsway asked in confusion. Wang Ku. Prime Minister, look, Wang Ku's literary style is surging. His literary style has taken the shape of a beautiful flower? This is impossible. Jiebingjia said in shock. The teacup in Simon Shunsway's hand suddenly froze as he stared at Wang Ku. The splendid chi above Wang Ku's head began to condense. More and more, and more and more, and slowly, it formed a splendid landscape painting. In this splendid landscape painting, there were countless saber lights and sword shadows. Countless soldiers were killing each other. There was even a monarch sitting high up. The soldiers were fighting for the monarch on the battlefield. In the end, an old general with a head of white hair sat by a lamp and sighed. The splendid landscape painting. Haha, I knew it. The Wang Ku that I taught definitely won't disappoint me. Old Dog Murong widened his eyes in surprise. Old Dog Murong, you're shameless. Did you teach Wang Ku? A group of veterans scolded. Prime Minister, why did Wang Ku write another splendid landscape painting? Jiebingjia looked at Simon Shunsway in shock. Simon Shunsway stared at Jiebingjia. I don't know either. I even specifically targeted him. Why did he write it again? Could it be that Wang Yuli helped him again? Prime Minister, could your information be wrong? Jiebingjia didn't mention his name. Wang Ku's poem praising Xianghua was written by Wang Yuli. But what about the second one? You just came up with the question. How could it be fake? Wang Ku wrote it without thinking. Who helped him? Simon Shunsway also stared at Wang Ku in the distance. It shouldn't be. My spy can't be wrong. Done. Wang Ku immediately put down his brush. He finished it in one go in an instant. Countless examinees stared with their eyes wide open. This was impossible, right? You didn't even think about the question. You didn't even drink your tea. How could you have finished it? Go and read it out. Simon Shunsway said in a low voice. The poem was very short. It wouldn't take much time to read it out. Simon Shunsway was also too surprised at this moment. That was why he acted so improperly. However, at this moment no one refuted. After all, Wang Ku was too fast. Yes. Jiebingjia was the first to run over. Hey, wait a moment. I haven't signed it. Wang Ku suddenly shouted. However, at this moment, Jiebingjia didn't care. It didn't matter if you signed it or not. Who wouldn't know that you wrote it? I just want to see if you plagiarized someone else's article. Break the formation. Drunk and looking at the sword under the lamp, I dream of blowing the horn and joining the camp. 800 miles of troops under the scorching heat, 50 bowstrings fluttering beyond the Great Wall, soldiers in autumn on the battlefield. The horse moves quickly, the bow is like a thunderbolt, the string is frightening. Accomplishing the affairs of the world, winning fame in life and death. Pitiful things happen for nothing. Jiebingjia read it out loud. Just a few short lines of the poem instantly silenced everyone. The meaning of this poem was the same as the scene in the splendid landscape painting. It expressed the thoughts of countless soldiers. Even the group of uncouth men from the Temple of War suddenly felt a resonance in their souls. What more the talented Minister of War, Jiebingjia. When the last line of the poem came out, he felt like returning to the battlefield, afraid that he wouldn't make it in time. Once the poem was out, the examinees howled. How could this be a F***king poem that could be thought of in an instant? Without sufficient military experience, how could he have written it? If you wrote it, what would we do? The examiners were also shocked at this moment. Only Simon Shunsway's brows were tightly knitted together. This shouldn't be. Wang Ku, did you write this break the formation? Simon Shunsway asked with an ugly expression. Simon Shunsway was quite knowledgeable. If there was a poem of this level, it would have been spread all over the world. However, he was confused because he didn't remember this poem. Didn't Wang Ku cheat to get the recommendation of the splendid landscape painting from the Confucian Temple? Why did he write another one? Who wrote it? It shouldn't be. Prime Minister, what do you mean by this? You're the chief examiner. Why are you taking the lead to slander Wang Ku again? Old Dog Murong was the first to jump out. That's right. You civil officials are targeting the Temple of War. What's the point? There are only a few examinations, and you're making things difficult for each of them. Do you think the Temple of War has no capable people? That's right. You came up with the topic. Wang Ku wrote a good essay and you're questioning it. Is there any fairness in the imperial examinations of Great Shan? A group of veteran ruffians began to shout. The splendid landscape painting was out, and Wang Ku's poem was on point. He would surely come in first again. The god of war was not here, and Wang Ku had done well. They had promised to support Wang Ku, so they had to stand up for him. No, I just think the author of this essay must be a veteran. Only a veteran who has been fighting for his whole life could write it. Simon Shunsway frowned. The examiners nodded. How could the author write such a war essay if he didn't have a certain level of experience? Between the lines, it was all about his military career. Prime Minister, you're nitpicking. Wang Ku wrote it on the spot. How can it be fake? Or did Wang Ku copy Wang Yuli's work? Old Dog Murong glared at him. Simon Shunsway, you bunch of veteran ruffians, what do you know? Poems and essays were different. They had to come from the heart and have a strong personal touch. Wang Ku had never been on the battlefield. How could he write about the vicissitudes of a veteran? Prime Minister is right. I haven't signed it yet. It was snatched away by the Minister of War. Come, let me sign it, Wang Ku said. Jiebingjia returned the paper in confusion. He saw that Wang Ku had written the words Xianqiji at the bottom of the letter. Xianqiji? Jiebingjia stared. Yes, this essay was not written by me. It was written by Xianqiji. I memorized it when I was 10. Wang Ku explained. Who is Xianqiji? Jiebingjia frowned. You can't find Xianqiji in this world. He's not from the same world, nor is he from the same era. Wang Ku explained. Everyone stared at Wang Ku. Suddenly there was silence. Xianqiji was a non-existent person? Then why did you use the name Xianqiji? Wang Ku, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Are you mocking the examiners again? Old Dog Murong stared. No, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll write a few more essays for you to see. Come, grind it for me, Wang Ku said to Jiebingjia. Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ku blankly and ignored Wang Ku. Wang Ku started writing again. Jiebingjia also recited at the same time. Prosperous Jiang Hong. Bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, resting in the drizzling rain. Looking up, roaring to the sky, full of vigor. 30 achievements, dust and soil, 8,000 miles of road, clouds and moon. Don't be idle, white years, empty and sorrowful. E'en mountains shame, unwashed. Officials' hatred, when will it be extinguished? Driving a long chariot, trampling over evil gods. Aspiring to eat demon beast meat, laughing and drinking the blood of evil demons. Waiting to clean up the old mountains and rivers from scratch, facing the heavens. Boom! When the second poem came out, another beautiful painting of mountains and rivers soared into the sky. On the painting of mountains and rivers, a general led his troops in anger and defeated the enemy was displayed in front of everyone. There are some changes to this one. Write 2 names, Yu Fei and Wang Ku. Wang Ku said as he wrote 2 names. Wang Ku signed 2 names, one was Yu Fei, the other was himself. Splendid painting of mountains and rivers? Everyone looked at the literary aura above Wang Ku's head and was speechless for a long time. This kind of poem could come out so casually? Everyone looked at Wang Ku in a daze. Damn it, don't you need to think? This prosperous Jiang Hong, without a heart for the country, how could it be written? With this kind of momentum, who would be able to write poems about war in the future? For a moment, the examination hall was silent. Is it enough? If 2 isn't enough, I will write a few more for you. I have a lot in my head. What kind of poem do you want? You can find me to customize it. Don't worry, the price is fair and honest. Wang Ke looked at the Prime Minister, who was not far away. Pada. Not knowing which candidate, the brush in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, breaking the solemn atmosphere of the examination hall. How could they compete? Writing an essay on the level of the splendid painting of mountains and rivers was already very difficult. Writing a poem on the level of the splendid painting of mountains and rivers was even more difficult. The poem was short and even harder to write. Wang Ke didn't even need to use his brain to think? So casually? Breaking the formation, and a prosperous Jiang Hong, isn't this asking for our lives? After listening to these 2 poems, how are we going to write next? What the hell are we going to write? Wang Ke. The third prince broke his brush with a crack. This damn Wang Ke, didn't you say you cheated? The Prime Minister just gave the question and you wrote it. How did you cheat? Are you kidding me? This crown prince just wants to get first place to prove myself to father. I have to get first place to ask father for that matter. Why are you always going against me? Damn it, that bastard Chao Xiong. Why didn't he kill you and let a scourge like you harm me? Yu Fei? Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ke with an ugly expression. Yes, just like Xianqiji. There shouldn't be such a person in this world. Their poems are all in my head. You can think that I did it in my dreams. Wang Ke explained. Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ke with a black face. If you can dream of a poem on the level of the splendid painting of mountains and rivers, why can't I dream of it? Old Dog Murong and the others in the distance suddenly became excited. Prime Minister, did you see that? Wang Ke wrote 2 essays on the level of the splendid painting of mountains and rivers. If he can't get first place, who can? Elder Murong, you misunderstood. This wasn't written by me. It was written by Xianqiji and Yu Fei. I just changed it a little. Wang Ke said. Understood. You are dissatisfied with their slandering of you. Wang Ke, don't be afraid. This time, let's see who will claim your essay. If you can't get first place, we will invite the war god. Old Dog Murong suddenly shouted. That's right. Your poem, we are all excited after hearing it. Can't the civil officials see the good? If we can't choose fairly, we will invite the war god together. A group of war god temple's generals shouted. Not far away, Simon Xuansui's eyelids jumped. Why was the third test about poems? It was because the poems were too short, which made it difficult to produce a splendid literary aura. This way, even if Wang Ke cheated and wrote well, he could ideologically brush him off. However, how could he ideologically brush Wang Ke off? How could a short poem create a splendid painting of mountains and rivers? How was this possible? Wang Yuli helped him cheat? Impossible. Wang Yuli could write a poem on the level of the splendid painting of mountains and rivers. However, Wang Yuli didn't have a military career and liked peace. Wang Yuli definitely couldn't write such a radical combat essay without deep experience. It was impossible for Wang Yuli to help Wang Ke cheat. There might be people in this world who could write such a poem, but how could a military writer of such a level help Wang Ke cheat? And it was such a coincidence? Wang Ke mocked himself, saying that Xianqiji and Yu Fei wrote it? If I believed it, wouldn't I be sick in the head? Then there was only one truth. This was written by Wang Ke himself. This Wang Ke really hid his talent well. Did he really have shocking literary talent? Shimen Shunshui sucked in a cold breath. Wang Ke clearly had such talent. Why did he cheat in the first 2 rounds? This shouldn't be. Are 2 enough? Do you want to write a few more? Wang Ke looked at Simon Shunshui. P.S. End of 3rd watch. Chapter 604. At the plaza outside the Confucian temple, countless examinees looked up at Wang Ku's two poems hanging high in the air. Breaking the formation and rivers run red. Good, good, good. This is what a man should be like. I'm going to enlist in the army this time. A poem on the level of the splendid landscape painting? Wang Ku has already written 3 poems, right? He's ranked first in the 3 trials? Is he going to win the first place? Wang Ku is ranked first again. What a good poem. He deserves it. Countless examinees looked at the poems passionately. Old Dog Murong and the others led a group of veteran ruffians to show off. Did you see that? Wang Ku is my disciple. I taught him how to write. Old Dog Murong boasted. Old Dog Murong, that's bullsh *t. Wang Ku is Chen Tianyuan's disciple. What does that have to do with you? That's right. You taught him how to write? You can't even pass the first trial. How dare you say that? Tui. That's right. The veterans scolded. Old Dog Murong said nonchalantly, You're just jealous. I founded the Skywolf sect. All the disciples of the Skywolf sect are my disciples and grand disciples. Wang Ku is one too. The people looked at Old Dog Murong in disdain. If you don't believe me, ask Zhang Jingdao. Old Dog Murong looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao was dumbfounded when he saw the 2 poems. Zhang Jingdao, is Wang Ku so talented in the 100,000 mountains? A veteran asked curiously. Zhang Jingdao had a strange expression on his face. No, I've never seen Wang Ku write anything. He's just bragging. Bragging? Are you kidding me? An old general glared at him. Who are you? How dare you slander Wang Ku? Wang Ku had taken the first place 3 times. It was obvious that his literary talent was outstanding. How could he only know how to boast? Don't slander the genius of our great literary world. Not far away, a scholar suddenly shouted. Zhang Jingdao glared at the scholars who were surrounding them. One had to know that when Wang Ku's flattery for the first round came out, many of the scholars were disgusted. Of course, there were even more scholars who pretended to be disgusted so that they wouldn't be unsociable. But now, with Wang Ku getting first place again and again, the attitude of countless scholars changed again. Those scholars who had previously dismissed Xianghua as flattery began to reanalyze Xianghua. They came to a conclusion. Praising Xianghua wasn't as simple as flattery. It was praising Xianghua and the Daisan dynasty. It was filled with romantic feelings. Soon, Wang Ku's name was corrected. Many of the scholars changed their attitude. After all, it had been many years since a genius like him had appeared in all 3 rounds. Because the contents of the 3 rounds were different, it was already very rare for many examinees to get first place in one round. Wasn't it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get first place in all 3 rounds? Moreover, the examinees who were rejected spread the news of the examination hall. This made countless scholars worship Wang Ku even more. Why? Because the examinees who were rejected harbored resentment. They were very unhappy with the examiners for rejecting them. And Wang Ku had to make the examiners serve him tea every time he took the exam. He would always mock the examiners. Wasn't this venting for everyone? Therefore, the examinees who were rejected spared no effort to praise Wang Ku. In this way, in a short period of time, Wang Ku's image of being extremely talented was established in everyone's minds. Now, Zhang Jingdao actually said that Wang Ku didn't know how to write essays and only knew how to boast in front of everyone? Who could stand this? The scholars in the square outside the Confucian temple immediately surrounded Zhang Jingdao. They wanted Zhang Jingdao to take back his words of slandering Wang Ku. Old Dog Murong and the other veterans were also shocked. Do you have to do this? You're slandering Wang Ku for only knowing how to brag and never writing an article. Is it true that he never wrote or said anything? That's right. Do you remember Wang Ku's every word and action? If you didn't see it, don't talk nonsense. Why are you slandering Wang Ku? A group of radical scholars surrounded Zhang Jingdao and scolded him. Zhang Jingdao's face turned pale. Are you all crazy? Why are you scolding me? What did I do to offend you? Why didn't I see it? I was with Wang Ku every day during that period of time. What did he say that I don't know? He had only said those words once. And he only boasted to the mortal officials under cousin Wang Ku, said Zhang Jingdao. What did he say to the mortal officials? Asked one of the scholars. He said, your salary is the same as the people's. The people below you are easy to bully, but the heavens cannot bully you, recalled Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku said that to the mortal officials? He is so considerate of the people. He is encouraging the mortal officials. If Wang Ku becomes a high-ranking official, it will be a blessing for the people, said the scholar with a frown. That's right. Just based on these few words, if Wang Ku becomes the top scholar, it will be a blessing for us. Pleading for the people, speaking for the people. Previously, there were people who mocked Wang Ku's praises of Xianghua as flattery. Where did his conscience go? The scholars around him were cheering. Zhang Jingdao was stunned. You all are cheering for Wang Ku? Do you all know how much money Wang Ku made? If Wang Ku becomes a high-ranking official, he will be a blessing for the people? Don't you all think too highly of Wang Ku? Did Wang Ku say anything else? Asked the scholar again. In my memory, Wang Ku said something else. That's the only sentence. He said, why do we scholars study? To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints, to establish peace for all ages. Look at how big of a boast he is. Zhang Jingdao said disdainfully. Bah, what do you know? You are not allowed to insult Wang Ku, shouted the scholar with his eyes wide open. The other scholars around him also widened their eyes and recalled Wang Ku's boasting for the scholars. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints, to establish peace for all ages. This is the real purpose of us scholars. What is the splendid landscape painting? Just this sentence is better than anything else. To have a heart for the world, to have a heart for the common people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints, to establish peace for all ages. With these few words, who dares to say that Wang Ku only knows how to flatter? Who said so? Wang Ku? The role model of us scholars. That's right. If someone as talented as Wang Ku can't get 4 of the great imperial examinations in a row, what prestige does he have? To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints, to establish peace for all ages. This will be my life's goal. That's right. Count me in. The group of scholars instantly became noisy in the square outside the Confucian temple because of Wang Ku's words. These few words seemed to have magical powers, and they quickly spread to the next scholar. Then, one after another, they were bewitched. Zhang Jingdao and the group of veteran ruffians widened their eyes at the sight of the group of scholars being bewitched in this short period of time. Are they all crazy? Old Dog Murong said with his eyes wide open. I don't know. It's just a few words. Is there a need to be like this? Zhang Jingdao said with his eyes wide open. The group of veteran ruffians couldn't understand why a group of scholars would suddenly become so excited. At the third prince's residence in Shindu, the third prince was sitting on his throne. He was drinking tea with a gloomy face. His eyes were red. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. 2 figures were standing in front of him. One was the Minister of Justice, Chao Xiong, and the other was a black-robed man. Third Prince, poetry is your forte. You will definitely pass the 3 tests. Why did you give up on writing? Chao Xiong frowned and asked in confusion. Write? How can I write? Even if I write, I will only get 2nd place. What's the point of being 2nd place? I want to be first. The third prince said with his eyes wide open. Third Prince, you have given up on the examination. Others are taking advantage of you. The black-robed man sighed. Jiebing, Do you still have to wear a black robe when you come here? The third prince said with his eyes wide open. The black-robed man was one of the examiners. He helped Yasushi Simon to cheat, and Wang Ku's Minister of War, Jiebing, took advantage of him. Third prince, you know that I am secretly siding with you. I can't show it to the public. The black-robed man said with a wry smile. Bam! The third prince slammed his fist on the table beside him. That damned Wang Ku! That damned Wang Ku! I had planned to use the imperial examinations to prove my ability to father, hoping that father would let me manage that place. I prepared so much for this examination, but in the end, Wang Ku took advantage of everything. The third prince said angrily. It's fate. Third prince, even if I gave you the questions in advance, it's useless. Wang Ku is too abnormal. I can't keep him under control. Jiebing said bitterly. Jiebing didn't dare to say that Wang Ku had cheated in the first and second examinations. After all, Wang Ku had already proven his talent in the third examination. To prevent any accidents, Jiebing had even looked into breaking the formation and rivers run red. Unfortunately, he didn't find any information, which meant that they were really written by Wang Ku. Saying that Wang Ku had cheated was no longer reliable. Why can't we keep him under control? If we can't attack Wang Ku's results, we can attack Wang Ku's character. His first examination for Ode to Xianghua was full of flattery. If such a person were to become an official, it would be a disaster. Chao Xiong said. Oh. The two looked at Chao Xiong. Third prince, let's send people out to spread the news. We'll use Ode to Xianghua as a target to attack Wang Ku's character. We'll make his reputation go down in history and make him unable to stay in the Daisan dynasty. Chao Xiong looked at the third prince. The third prince narrowed his eyes. That's right. Even if we can't kill Wang Ku for now, I'll make sure he can't stay in the Daisan dynasty. When he was in the Shirwan Mountains, I didn't care about him, but he insisted on looking for Serene Moon. He wanted to take Serene Moon away, so he deserved to die. Chao Xiong, I'll leave this matter to you. Make Wang Ku's reputation as bad as possible. I want everyone to despise Wang Ku. I want him to be unable to stay in the Daisan dynasty. Yes. I'll go now. I'll make sure to ruin Wang Ku's reputation before the court examination. Chao Xiong replied. Good. The third prince nodded with satisfaction. Jiebingjia, your people. The third prince looked at Jiebingjia again. Third prince, I'm sorry. I can't help you attack Wang Ku's character. You know, my identity is special. I can't help you openly. Once I help you openly, the Prime Minister will know. Jiebingjia immediately lowered his head. No need. My people are enough to ruin Wang Ku's reputation, Chao Xiong said confidently. P.S. First update. Chapter 605. In a restaurant in the benevolent god's capital, the third crown prince and Chao Xiong quietly arrived. They stood on the second floor and looked down at the group of scholars talking loudly. Third prince, I've tried my best, but it's useless. That group of scholars had gone crazy. They can't spread rumors about Wang Ku. Chao Xiong said with a mournful expression. What's wrong? Chao Xiong, I think you're getting worse and worse. The third prince said in a deep voice. Third prince, take a look for yourself. Chao Xiong said with a bitter smile. Chao Xiong gave a look to one of his subordinates. That subordinate pretended to be an ordinary scholar and started discussing with the others. Look, Wang Ku's praise of the virtuous emperor is full of flattery. It's simply a disgrace to us scholars. Our integrity as scholars has been completely disgraced by Wang Ku. If this kind of person becomes an official, our Great Shan will be in danger. At that time, from top to bottom of Great Shan, there will be people who flatter and bootlicker. This kind of scum. Chao Xiong's subordinate shouted. Bullshit. You're the scum. If a person like Wang Ku can't benefit the world, who can? Are you a scholar? What are you studying for? Do you know why Wang Ku is studying? To establish his heart for the world, to establish his life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints, to establish peace for all ages. Do you understand? If such an ideal person can't become an official, who can? That's right. You actually said that Wang Ke only knows how to flatter? If such thoughts are just flattery, I'm willing to be such a person. That's right. Do you know the meaning behind Ode to Xianghua? It's a kind of vision for the future. It's a goal to strive for a better future. Do you understand? I hate people like you the most. You don't know anything and just slander others. What do you know? Our Daisen dynasty is about to produce a saint. With the birth of a saint, there will be countless people barking. He's a villain. A villain who slandered our benevolent kingdom's future literati and insulted our future saint. Beat him. That's right. Beat him. Beat him. Rumble. There was a rumble below the restaurant as a group of scholars rolled up their sleeves and fought to their heart's content. That subordinate of Chao Xiong immediately covered his head and fled like a rat. He was beaten from the restaurant to the street and far away. The group of scholars returned from beating up the people to their heart's content and laughed heartily. Beating up this kind of ignorant villain is so satisfying. That's right, I've done my part for heaven and earth. Me too, ha ha. The atmosphere in the restaurant immediately became harmonious. In the restaurant, the third crown prince stared at the scene below, flabbergasted. What the f***ck, am I blind? What did I just see? Third prince, I know that I can't explain it clearly if I go to your residence to report it. That's why I asked you to come and take a look. I don't know why, but the scholars of Good God's capital are following Alpha Capricorni to protect Wang Ku. I can't stop them at all. Chao Xiong said bitterly. Why? The third crown prince frowned. Everything is because someone dug out 2 sentences of Wang Ku's words and deeds in the past. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge for the past sages, and establishing peace for all ages. Also, your salary is the blood of the people, the will of the people oppresses you, and the heavens cannot bully you. It's all from Wang Ku's mouth. Chao Xiong said bitterly. These 2 sentences are not bad, but when it came from Wang Ku's mouth. The third crown prince frowned. I'm also puzzled. According to the information we gathered, Wang Ku is not such a person, but... Chao Xiong said bitterly. Then the scholars wouldn't go so far. The third crown prince frowned. I'm guessing that maybe someone is deliberately adding fuel to the fire for Wang Ku. Chao Xiong frowned. Oh. The third crown prince raised his eyebrows. We are attacking Wang Ku's character, but it's too late. Someone had used a huge network of connections to push Wang Ku up to the altar step by step. Third crown prince, did you see that? Just now, Wang Ku's every word and action became everyone's target. This is definitely not normal. Someone is helping Wang Ku, and they are 1 step ahead of us. Chao Xiong said. Who is it? The third crown prince frowned. I don't know. There are still no clues. Wang Ku's name has already spread, and the person adding fuel to the fire has already retreated behind the scenes. The momentum is already set, and there is no need to push any further. I also can't find out who is adding fuel to the fire. Chao Xiong smiled bitterly. The War God Hall's people? The third crown prince frowned. I don't think that's possible. It's not that I'm looking down on the War God Hall, but the problem is that the War God Hall's combat generals can't affect the attitudes of so many scholars. Chao Xiong frowned. The third crown prince clenched his fists so hard that veins popped out. The scene before him made him feel very uncomfortable. Who could stand being suppressed by Wang Ku in every way? This wasn't just bullying, it was tiring. This was too much of a blow. Investigate. Find out who is adding fuel to the fire. The third crown prince said sternly. Yes. Chao Xiong nodded. Third crown prince, Wang Ku has won 3 times in a row. There's only one last court examination left. My guess is that if Wang Ku can still win the court examination, he will become the new top scholar. Once he becomes the new top scholar, Wang Ku will instantly solidify his position in the literary world. At that time, it will be impossible to attack Wang Ku on the basis of morality and integrity. Chao Xiong said bitterly. Top scholar? No, Wang Ku can't pass the court examination. The third crown prince said sternly. But what if? Chao Xiong said worriedly. You don't know, but Imperial Father didn't think highly of Wang Ku back then. He can't change his attitude just because Wang Ku won the high school examination. Perhaps Imperial Father's heart has changed, but you know Imperial Father's personality. The third crown prince said sternly. Admit your mistakes, correct them, and don't admit your mistakes? Chao Xiong's eyes lit up. That's right. With Imperial Father's personality, even if he acknowledges Wang Ku, he can't give him first place. Hence, Wang Ku can't be the top scholar. The third crown prince said solemnly. That's good. As long as we can find the mastermind, we can attack Wang Ku's morality and integrity. Otherwise, it will be too difficult for him to become the top scholar. Chao Xiong sighed. Jiebingjia told me that he has a way to prevent Wang Ku from leaving the court examination. Let Wang Ku die on the spot. But it's too dangerous. The third crown prince frowned. Let Wang Ku die in the court? What is it? Chao Xiong's eyes lit up. I'm not sure. Jiebingjia refused to say. He said that the method is too dangerous, and he wants to wait for your results before making a decision. The third crown prince frowned. I definitely don't have any result. Third crown prince, go and ask around. If Wang Ku dies in the court, won't that solve the problem once and for all? Chao Xiong said expectantly. The third crown prince took a deep breath and nodded. The examinees' quarantine area. After the third round, there were only 10 examinees left. At this moment, Wang Ku and Qing Baichuan sat in the new dining hall, drinking wine and eating food. Not far away, a group of guards and officials from the Ministry of Personnel stared at them. Keep a close eye on him, keep a close eye on him. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue have already scolded him several times. If Wang Ku destroys the dining hall again, I'll teach you a lesson. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel shouted. Sir, that won't happen, right? Why won't it happen? You don't have to be punished, so it doesn't matter. Do you know how much punishment I have to take because of the 2 fights? I have to write a report on the reason for the fights and submit it to the authorities. I can't even offend the person who fought. Do you know how difficult it was for me? But we can't keep a close eye on him. Stand guard in shifts and keep an eye on him all day. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the guards looked at the person in charge in despair. There were only 10 examinees left, and the level of the guards was even higher? Not far away, Wang Ku and Qing Baichuan were drinking wine and looking at the scolding in the distance. The voices over there were not soft, and both of them heard it. Wang Ku, you're now the focus of attention. Qing Baichuan gloated. They're too sensitive. I'm a very gentle person. Besides, can they blame me for the previous 2 fights? Wang Ku said disdainfully. Not blame you? Qing Baichuan asked with a strange expression. You were the one who destroyed the dining hall in the previous 2 fights. What does that have to do with me? Wang Ku said. Me? Qing Baichuan glared. Isn't it? I'm only in the nascent soul realm. You're in the primordial soul realm. You're the ones who destroyed the dining hall. These people are all blind. Why are they staring at me? Wang Ku said angrily. Qing Baichuan was speechless. Aren't you the one who caused my fights? Damn it, you hide behind me after getting into trouble. You let Yasushi Simon and the third prince think that I'm your accomplice. I'm the innocent one. But old Qing, you're not bad either. You actually passed 3 rounds of the imperial examinations? Wang Ku said in surprise. Haha, are you mocking me? Qing Baichuan said with a strange expression. No, I'm telling the truth. I'm different from you. I didn't rely on my own ability to pass the examinations. There's a big hand behind the scenes who pushed me to first place. It's luck, not ability," Wang Ku explained. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. "Why didn't the big hand behind the scenes push me? What's the point of showing off in front of me? By the way, you're still in the examination. Could it be that the person you want to assassinate is in the imperial court? You're not going to assassinate my father-in-law, right?" Wang Ku glared. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. "I said, I'm not an assassin. Then why are you going to the imperial court? Why are you participating in the court examinations?" Wang Ku asked curiously. I'm not an assassin. I have my reasons for participating in the court examinations. Besides, how powerful is Xianghua? He's the #1 person in the central divine continent. I'm only in the primordial soul realm. Assassinating him is suicide, Qing Baichuan said. "Oh, that's a pity," Wang Ku sighed. Qing Baichuan stared at Wang Ku. What's a pity? Do you really want me to assassinate Xianghua? By the way, since you can participate in the court examinations, you should be familiar with the procedures? Wang Ku said expectantly. "Of course, I know every segment," Qing Baichuan said confidently. "Then under what circumstances can I get first place?" Wang Ku asked expectantly. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku and finally shook his head. "I think you have no chance." "Why?" Wang Ku stared. "From what you told me, I know that Xianghua once rejected you and Princess Serene Moon. Am I right?" Qing Baichuan said. "That's right. He even gave me 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones." Wang Ku nodded. "That's enough. Xianghua's decision cannot be changed. You will definitely be suppressed by Xianghua," Qing Baichuan said. "That can't be right? He's the great benevolent human emperor. His magnanimity should be as broad as the sea." Wang Ku frowned. "Let me tell you this. I saw with my own eyes that a man competed fairly with Xianghua for a woman. Can you guess what happened to that man?" Qing Baichuan said. "Fair competition? That's a gentleman's agreement. Would Xianghua hold a grudge?" Wang Ku asked curiously. "That man is now locked up in the Ministry of Justice's prison. He hasn't been released for many years," Qing Baichuan said. Wang Ku's face stiffened. "You mean that Xianghua is narrow-minded?" Qing Baichuan's face stiffened. "I didn't say that. Don't blame me. I didn't say anything bad about Xianghua." Wang Ku's face twitched when he saw Qing Baichuan so frightened. Was he telling the truth? Xianghua is narrow-minded? Damn it, can I still take Serene Moon away from the court examinations tomorrow? Are they trying to trick me? P.S. Second update. Chapter 606. Good God Capital, Court Meeting Hall, Good God Hall. Hundreds of officials had gathered in the Good God Hall. Today was the final court examination. The Xianghua dynasty would personally set the questions, so it was naturally a day of national celebration. The officials had already arrived early in the morning to wait. On the left was Prime Minister Simon Shunsui, and behind him were the 6 ministers and other officials. On the right was the 3rd Crown Prince, and behind him were Old Dog Murong and the other generals of the War God Hall. The Prime Minister, the 3rd Crown Prince, and the officials all looked at the generals of the War God Hall with complicated expressions. Old Dog Murong and the others were dressed neatly, and they all looked at each other. "Old Dog, your belt is crooked," an old ruffian shouted. "What crooked? How is it crooked? It's just like this. I don't come to court often, and it's rare for me to come. It's already good enough that I'm wearing official robes. What else do you want me to do?" Old Dog Murong glared. "You can choose not to come. The Daisan dynasty has rules. The generals of the War God Hall don't have to attend court meetings. You can't even wear proper robes, so why are you here? Can't you give this opportunity to others? We have a limited number of people attending court meetings. If I don't come, what if someone tries to make things difficult for Wang Ku? Who will speak up for Wang Ku?" Old dog Murong glared. Damn, our war god hall almost never attends court meetings. Look at how many people are here this time. Aren't they all here to support Wang Ku? It doesn't matter if you come or not. Bullshit, I'm different. I taught Wang Ku everything. How can I not come? Old dog Murong glared. Wang Ku is Chen Tianyuan's disciple, not yours. What are you being so cocky for? The old ruffians whispered to each other. Not far away, Simon Shunsway looked down and didn't say anything. The third prince's face was dark and he didn't say anything. This group of combat generals from the War God Hall never participated in court meetings before. Why did so many of them come this time? Chao Xiong said with an unsightly expression. In the past, most of the court meetings were about managing the country. The War God Temple isn't in charge of managing the country, and they don't understand how we manage the country. Naturally, they aren't willing to come. But it's different now. We have Wang Ku. Now that they're here, I can only hope that nothing bad will happen later. Jie Bingjia frowned. No, in front of Xianghua, who would dare to be impudent? Chao Xiong shook his head. Jie Bingjia looked at the dragon throne not far away. That's right. Xianghua is rarely seen. This year, they've only appeared 8 times, right? Jie Bingjia said with a complicated expression. This is the 9th time this year. It's indeed not easy. Chao Xiong said with a frown. Your Majesty has arrived. A loud shout came from the side door. Everyone in the Temple of Kindness turned solemn, and no one spoke. Even old dog Murong and the others became extremely serious and waited respectfully for Xianghua. Outside the Temple of Kindness, the candidates were waiting. Out of the 10,000 candidates, after 3 examinations, there were only 10 candidates left with the best result. As the first in the 3 examinations, Wang Ku was the focus of attention. At this moment, under the guidance of an official from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs, they arrived at the entrance of the palace hall to wait for the summons. Temple of Kindness? How imposing! Should I also build one to live in? Wang Ku's eyes flashed with a glint. Wang Ku, lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? You still want to build a temple of kindness? Are you thinking of rebelling? Qing Baichuan warned in a low voice. No, I'm just kidding. Wang Ku's expression immediately turned serious. Xianghua was narrow-minded. It was better not to offend them now. He would wait until he got Serene Moon back. The group waited patiently. Announcing the new examination of the 3 examinations. Enter the palace examination. A loud shout came from the Temple of Kindness. Wang Ku and the other 10 candidates looked at each other, straightened their clothes, and stepped into the Temple of Kindness. Wang Ku was the first in the 3 examinations. Naturally, no one fought with Wang Ku for first place. Wang Ku could not wait. He had not seen Serene Moon for many years. Serene Moon had sent a message to Old Dog Murong and the others that she would be participating in the court examination. Wang Ku was excited to see Serene Moon. With happy footsteps, Wang Ku was the first to step into the main hall. Once he entered the main hall, Wang Ku immediately covered his eyes. What's going on? It's so bright that I'm going blind. Wang Ku said in surprise. Qing Baichuan tugged at Wang Ku's clothes, telling him to watch his words. Wang Ku then adjusted to the light in the Temple of Kindness. The light came from the dragon throne. At this moment, a young man in a dragon robe was sitting on the dragon throne. There was a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows. Wang Ku recognized him at a glance. He was the father-in-law who had separated the couple back then. The great benevolent human emperor Jiang Huang. He looked the same as before. However, at this moment, Jiang Huang was surrounded by a golden light. It made people feel like they were in a blur and wanted to worship him. Where's Serene Moon? Why isn't she here? At this moment, Xianghua's Jiang Huang sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the candidates entering the main hall. Bow! An official in charge of etiquette said. Greetings to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. the 10 candidates shouted. The moment Wang Ku entered the main hall, Xianghua looked at Wang Ku. His eyes were shining. You may rise, Xianghua said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty, the candidates replied. The 10 candidates immediately stood in a row. Wang Ku stood on the far left. Shiman Shunshui bowed respectfully and said, Reporting to Your Majesty, out of the 3 imperial examinations, the 10 best candidates have been selected. Today is the palace examinations, Your Majesty. Please make a suggestion to determine the rankings for this imperial examinations. The main hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Xianghua, who was shining with a golden light. Xianghua looked at the 10 candidate. His gaze finally landed on Wang Ku. A smile flashed across his face. Wang Ku was stunned by his smile. Father-in-law, why are you smiling? Are you satisfied with me or are you sneering at me? Give me a hint. Xianghua took a deep breath and said solemnly, I've seen your dossiers. Today, I'll give you a question. Listen well. Yes. Everyone was waiting. The question is, why did you participate in the imperial examinations? Xianghua said solemnly. All the candidates were stunned. What kind of question was this? All the examiners had strange expressions. What's wrong with Your Majesty today? Was this a test about the questions? Isn't this a question where everyone has to say something and the ranking is based on your personal preferences? Since Xianghua had spoken, the examiners naturally did not dare to refute. The candidates frowned and pondered. It was obvious that if Xianghua was happy, then Xianghua would give you a good ranking. If Xianghua was unhappy, then your ranking today would be terrible. I'll organize my words and say something that Xianghua likes to hear. Wang Ku's expression turned ugly. Xianghua is so narrow-minded. Is he trying to make things difficult for me? What kind of question is this? Isn't it just who you want to be first? It looks like it's impossible for me to become a legend. I can only hope that Xianghua's narrow-mindedness is not too much. Wang Ku, you are first in the 3 examinations. You speak first. Xianghua sat on his throne and smiled condescendingly. Wang Ku's face turned ugly. Was he trying to drag me out and criticize me? Why did I participate in the imperial examinations? I don't plan on participating in the imperial examinations. What do you want me to say? All the examiners stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku! What's wrong? Haven't you thought about it? Xianghua said solemnly. Wang Ku's expression turned strange. Forget it, I don't care. I don't plan on becoming an official anyway. I'll just say whatever I want. Also, Serene Moon said that she was participating in the court examinations. I can't see her now. She must be hiding in some corner of the hall. This is the first time I've spoken. Pleasing Xianghua is better than pleasing my girlfriend. Of course, pleasing my girlfriend is the priority. Your Majesty, why did I participate in the imperial examinations? Actually, when I first came to participate, I was against it. Wang Ku muttered to himself. The group of examiners looked at Wang Ku with black faces. You're the first in the 3 examinations and you're still rejecting it? How are the other examiners supposed to endure this? Are you trying to act innocent after getting such a good deal? I didn't plan on participating in the imperial examinations. I'm here to find my girlfriend. Your Majesty, you know that Serene Moon and I went through a life-and-death relationship. If you didn't appear, Serene Moon and I would have already been married. You gave me 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones. I still have it. It's not that I don't care about the money. I just want to say that true love can't be bought with money. For Serene Moon, I'm willing to climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of fire. Previously, my cultivation was too low and I couldn't come to benevolent God capital. Now that I'm in the nascent soul realm, I've also gained a firm foothold in the 100,000 mountains. Now that the 100,000 mountains listen to me, I'm also the overlord of a region, so I came here immediately. This time, I came to benevolent God capital with no other purpose. I just want to ask your majesty for permission to let me take away Princess Serene Moon. Let us lovers be together in the end. Don't worry, as long as your majesty allows me to marry Princess Serene Moon, I promise to be filial to you in the future. Wang Ku spoke his mind very straightforwardly. At the same time, Wang Ku was also looking around for Princess Serene Moon. Serene Moon, did you hear that? I'm here to take you away. When Wang Ku finished speaking, all the officials in the hall stared at Wang Ku. What are you talking about? Your Majesty asked you why you took the imperial examination because he wanted to hear how you would benefit the people of the world. Why did you suddenly come to propose marriage? Wang Ku, you're presumptuous. The third crown prince glared at him. Wang Ku glanced at the third crown prince and then ignored him. Your Majesty, these are my heartfelt words. I feel that since you asked the question, I can't lie to you. This time, I'm here for Serene Moon. I also understand the consequences of saying these words. I also know that it will even anger you. However, I still want to express my attitude. This attitude is not for the officials here, but for Princess Serene Moon. To sum it up, the imperial examination is like floating clouds to me. I only envy mandarin ducks, not immortals. Wang Ku said solemnly. At this moment, the group of veterans from the War God Temple stared with their eyes wide open. What's wrong with Wang Ku? Are you here to participate in the court examination or to participate in the blind date? Don't you know how narrow-minded Xianghua is? Do you think he won't take back his words after rejecting you? The officials also looked at Wang Ku with disdain. They clearly felt that Wang Ku was going to be in big trouble. After the third crown prince's initial anger, he laughed. The third crown prince understood his father's personality. Since he had rejected you, he wouldn't take back his words. You've hit an iron plate today. Serves you right. Everyone looked at Xianghua, waiting for Xianghua's anger. However, even after waiting for a while, Xianghua didn't get angry. When Xianghua looked at Wang Ku, there was a trace of sparkling tears in her eyes. She seemed to be extremely moved. No matter how one looked at it, there was no sign of anger. What's going on? Wang Ku also stared at Xianghua. What's going on? Xianghua was moved by my sincerity and shed tears? Was what I said that good? P.S. End of third watch. Chapter 607. Fame is like floating clouds to me. I only envy mandarin ducks, not immortals. The National Talent Selection Ceremony is the most important court examination. You actually said that fame is not important, but love is the most important thing. Aren't you asking for death? Secondly, Xianghua has already refused to betroth the princess to you. You're still asking for it so openly. Are you trying to be shameless? Wouldn't this put the virtuous emperor in an awkward position? Aren't you the second one asking for death? Xianghua asked you to praise the imperial examinations, and you actually said that you rejected it. Reject my ass. You've already rejected it, so why are you taking the imperial examinations? Are you messing with us? Aren't you the third one asking for death? Damn, Wang Ku doesn't want to live anymore. The generals of the War God Hall stared with wide eyes. They had never seen such a situation before. That's right, we don't even know how to speak up for you. What do we do now? The War God isn't here again. Wang Ku, you're in trouble this time. But what was even stranger was that Xianghua actually looked touched, and there were even tears in her eyes. What the hell is wrong with this? Perhaps these weren't tears, but sand in her eyes. But how much sand would be needed to make Xianghua tear up? Wang Ku also looked at Xianghua's expression warily. It wasn't that Wang Ku wanted to talk nonsense, but the main point was that you could be in some corner of the main hall. He came to find a wife, but if he couldn't move his wife and make you elope with him without hesitation, then what kind of wife would he have? Didn't you see on television that you have to say it out loud if you love her? If I don't say it now, when will I say it? As long as Serene Moon says that she is willing, everything will be worth it. As for being investigated for insulting the court, Wang Ku couldn't care less. As long as he wasn't sentenced to death on the spot, it didn't matter. He could just elope with Serene Moon back to the 100,000 mountains. Furthermore, you asked me a question, and I didn't answer it well. How could one be beheaded for a bad answer in the court examination? How could a monarch be so petty? That's not right. It seems like Xianghua is petty? He had to salvage the situation. Xianghua, I've already spoken my mind. Why don't you ask Serene Moon if she's willing to go with me? Wang Ke said expectantly. The group of officials looked at Wang Ke with dark expressions. You still expect Xianghua to ask the princess? I'm willing. Xianghua suddenly said. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Xianghua in confusion. Wang Ke's face twitched. Are you crazy? I want to marry Serene Moon, not you. So what if you're willing? No, we are saying that we are willing to betroth Princess Serene Moon to you. Xianghua immediately added. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. No, thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Ke instantly knelt down emotionally. Father, you didn't say that before. The third prince exclaimed. The eyes of the officials and candidates almost popped out of their socket. They thought that Wang Ke was going to be in big trouble. Who would have thought that Wang Ke would actually persuade Xianghua to betroth the princess to Wang Ke? This shouldn't be possible. The candidates clenched their fists. Would it have worked if they had said that? Why didn't they have such good luck? They should have said it first. Your Majesty, today is the court examination. Shouldn't we be discussing the princess's marriage? Shouldn't we be announcing the rankings of the candidates? Simon Shunsui looked at Xianghua in shock. Xianghua was stunned and his expression changed. It was as if he just remembered that they were still in the middle of the court examination. All right, we hereby announce that Wang Ke will be first in the court examination. Xianghua spoke again. The faces of the officials in the hall froze. This, just like that, Prince Ding could take first place? Why? Even Wang Ke was stunned. I didn't say anything, how did I get first? Your Majesty, the other candidates haven't even started. Isn't this a little too early? Simon Shunsui asked in shock. We were thinking about something and forgot about it. Alright, Wang Ke is first. Everyone else speak. I will give you a different ranking. Xianghua immediately spoke. For a time, the hall fell into a strange atmosphere. Your Majesty is a little different today. Wang Ke also stared at Xianghua. Was the person I saw last time a fake Xianghua? This Xianghua is quite approachable. Look, how nice. He immediately agreed to my marriage with Serene Moon and even gave my son-in-law the first place. The others can only fight for second place? Wang Ke glared at Qing Baichuan. You lunatic, why are you slandering my father-in-law? Who said that my father-in-law is petty? Why can't I see it? He's such a good father-in-law. Qing Baichuan also stared. This shouldn't be. When did Xianghua become so easy to talk to? It wasn't just Qing Baichuan. Everyone in the hall had the same thought. Only Prime Minister Simon Shunsui suddenly turned to look at Xianghua. Simon Shunsui suddenly thought of something, as if he had guessed something. His expression became strange for a moment, but he didn't say anything else. Imperial Father, Serene Moon cannot marry Wang Ke. The third crown prince suddenly shouted. HM? Xianghua frowned at the third crown prince. Third crown prince? Do you know where this is? This is the Great Kindness Imperial Court, the decision made by the good emperor. Is it something you can change? Why aren't you in line? Wang Ke suddenly jumped out and scolded. This was his third brother-in-law, right? Damn, wasn't the beating from last time enough? Why are you causing trouble again? Xianghua has already promised Serene Moon to me. Aren't you making things difficult for me? If you weren't my third brother-in-law, I wouldn't be able to wait to beat you up right now. Imperial Father, this child isn't speaking nonsense. Wang Ke isn't a member of the righteous Tao. He's a devil, an evil devil. How can he marry Serene Moon? If he marries Serene Moon, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? The third crown prince immediately shouted. Evil devil? The expressions of the countless officials in the hall changed. Third crown prince, don't slander me. How can someone from my war god temple be an evil devil? What proof do you have? Old dog Murong angrily glared at him. So what if you're the third crown prince? My war god temple isn't afraid of you. Jiang Ping, do you have proof? Xianghua said in a deep voice. The third crown prince gritted his teeth and made a decision. Yes, Imperial Father. You don't know that Wang Ku is in the 100,000 mountains and is the divine dragon sect master of the extreme demonic sect. My people have already investigated. Wang Ku's true essence is as black as ink. He's an evil devil. Your people have already investigated? Third Crown Prince, Jiang Ping, which of your subordinates told you that I'm an evil devil? Have you ever considered that he's purposely tricking you? Wang Ku glared at him. Wang Ku, if you have the guts, check for us. Jiang Ping glared at him. Jiang Ping, didn't you hear Wang Ku's words clearly? He's asking you who told you that. Who told you that Wang Ku is an evil devil when even Chen Tianyuan couldn't detect it? Xianghua said in a deep voice. Jiang Ping looked at Xianghua in shock. Imperial Father, what do you mean? Why are you standing in Wang Ku's position every time you speak? Wang Ku is a subordinate now. Do I have to answer whatever he asks? Speak. Wang Ku glared at him. That's right. Speak. Xianghua said in a deep voice. Wang Ku and Xianghua's strange tacit understanding also stunned all the officials in the hall. Perhaps only Prime Minister Simon Shunsui suddenly lowered his head and didn't interfere. Jiang Bing looked awkwardly at the Minister of War, who was standing among the officials, when he heard the good Emperor's question. The Minister of War, Jie Bingjia's face twitched. His eyes revealed his anxiety. Third Crown Prince, you promised me that you wouldn't expose me. Don't sell me out. You were the one who said that you wanted to find a way to deal with Wang Ku. You were the one who insisted on dealing with Wang Ku. You promised me that you wouldn't expose me. Jiang Ping swallowed. Seeing Xianghua's angry glare, he didn't dare to lie. It was the Minister of War, Jie Bingjia, who told me. Wow. The officials in the hall were shocked into an uproar. Jie Bingjia? Wasn't he at odds with the Third Crown Prince? Weren't they on bad terms? How could he tell the Third Crown Prince this information? Your Majesty, please forgive me. This official only had a guess. I'm not certain. Jie Bingjia immediately lowered his head. Jie Bingjia? If we remember correctly, Wang Ku has no dealings with you, right? Wang Ku is also an examinee recommended by the War God Hall. What's your reason for running to Jiang Bing and gossiping about him? What are your intentions? Xianghua glared. At this moment, Wang Ku didn't even need to speak. Xianghua supported Wang Ku's side. Xianghua, please forgive me. It's mainly because Wang Ku got into fights twice during the examinee's quarantine period, disturbing the examinee's rest. This official paid attention to it. Coincidentally, the Third Crown Prince was beaten by Wang Ku when he was disguised as an examinee. When questioned, this official made a slip of the tongue and revealed my guess. Your Majesty, please investigate. Jie Bingjia immediately bowed. With Jie Bingjia's explanation, everyone understood the reason. Got into a fight? Wang Ku, are you injured? Xianghua asked nervously. When Xianghua spoke, the Third Crown Prince's expression changed. Father, I'm your son. I fought with Wang Ku. Why are you only concerned about Wang Ku? I've troubled your Majesty. I'm fine. However, since the Third Crown Prince has asked, I'll give everyone an explanation. Otherwise, people will use this as an excuse to stop me from being together with Serene Moon. Wang Ku said. As he spoke, Wang Ku waved his hand and a golden ball of turbid true essence appeared in his palm. Third Crown Prince, do you see this? Wang Ku's true essence is golden and filled with righteousness. Where is the black qi? Where is the demonic qi? Old dog Murong immediately glared. Jiang Ping's expression froze as he turned to look at Jiebingjia. Jiebingjia lowered his head. How could he be willing to say another word? He immediately fell silent. Your Majesty, you've seen it. Serene Moon and I are a match made in heaven. Don't take these slanderous words seriously, Wang Ku said as he withdrew the turbid true essence. I believe you. Xianghua smiled and nodded. At this moment everyone was speechless. How was this a court examination? This was a father and son-in-law meeting happily. What else could they say? Was this the biggest conspiracy in the history of the imperial examinations? Since we're talking about the fight, I'm curious and want to ask the third crown prince. Why did you hit me that day? Wang Ku glared at Jiang Ping. At this moment, with his father-in-law's attitude, he had nothing to fear. Jiang Ping, since you don't give me face, I won't give you face either. Speak. Xianghua looked at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping glared at Xianghua. What's wrong with today? Father, do you listen to what Wang Ku says? Why? Third Crown Prince, if I remember correctly, when I was eating with Old Cheng, we even dragged you to eat together. We had a good chat and were even planning to bring you along to make money together. We talked about how someone hired the Rabbit Regiment to assassinate the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli. I was cursing the Rabbit Regiment's employer for being a fool. As I cursed, you suddenly got angry and hit me. I was cursing the Rabbit Regiment's employer. Why were you angry? Could it be that you're the Rabbit Regiment's employer? Wang Ku glared. Third Crown Prince. P.S. First Update. Chapter 608. Third Crown Prince, if I remember correctly, when I was eating with Old Cheng, I even dragged you to eat with me. We were chatting quite well, and we talked about how someone hired the Rabbit Regiment to assassinate the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli. I was cursing the Rabbit Regiment's employer for being a fool, and as I was cursing, you suddenly got angry and hit me. I was cursing the Rabbit Regiment's employer, so why were you angry? Could it be that you're the Rabbit Regiment's employer? Wang Ku glared. Third Crown Prince. Wang Ku's questioning caused an uproar among the officials. What was going on? The Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, was assassinated? Assassinated by the Rabbit Regiment? How come we didn't hear about this? Also, the Third Crown Prince was the mastermind? That didn't seem very likely, right? Wang Ku, don't slander me. Third Crown Prince's expression changed, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I'm not slandering you. Let me ask you. That day, I was only cursing the Rabbit Regiment's employer, so why did you suddenly attack me? Wang Ku glared. That's right, Third Crown Prince. Why did you hit Wang Ku? Old Dog Murong also asked curiously. Third Crown Prince panicked and turned to Xianghua. Imperial Father, this son doesn't know what Wang Ku is talking about. Perhaps it was because I didn't do well in the first 2 exams, so I was a little emotional. It has nothing to do with the Rabbit Regiment's employer. Wang Ku said that you chatted quite well at the beginning of the meal, which means that your emotions were very stable. What did Wang Ku say that provoked you to suddenly hit him? Xianghua asked with a frown. Third Crown Prince glared at Xianghua. Imperial Father, why are you helping Wang Ku to question me? I'm your son. If you ask me like this, I won't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Third Crown Prince didn't know what to do. At this moment, Simon Shunsui suddenly took a step forward. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, is an important official of our great benevolence. A few days ago, he was attacked by an assassin. This subject has already paid close attention to this matter and has asked Wang Yuli for a thorough investigation. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. Everyone suddenly looked at Simon Shunsui. Wang Ku also looked at the great benevolent Prime Minister in surprise. You have been busy with the imperial examinations and you still have time to investigate cases? Any results? Xianghua looked at Simon Shunsui. Yes, according to the results of our investigation, the third prince, Jiang Ping, was bewitched by someone and hired the murderous rabbit group to assassinate the evil dynasty's Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, at the border between the kingdom of good and evil. He wanted to frame the evil dynasty and provoke another war between the two countries. Simon Shunsway said solemnly. No, no, Prime Minister, don't slander me. It wasn't me. The third prince suddenly exclaimed. Simon Shunsway ignored the third prince and looked at Xianghua. Although the third prince hired the murderous rabbit group, he was bewitched by someone. It is pardonable. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Simon Shunsway, you don't have any evidence. How dare you slander me? The third prince exclaimed. Simon Shunsway, do you have any evidence? Xianghua asked solemnly. Yes. Simon Shunsway said solemnly. Everyone looked at Simon Shunsway. Your Majesty, please look. Our good God's hall faces the south of the good God's capital. Your Majesty can follow the hall and look all the way to the south gate tower. The culprit this time is hanging on the tower. Simon Shunsway pointed outside the hall. Whoosh! All the officials in the hall turned to look outside the hall. Wang Ku also looked in that direction in surprise. The good God's hall was in the royal palace. Not only was it huge, but it was also located on a high ground that overlooked the entire city. With Wang Ku and the others' eyesight, they could see very far as long as they looked with all their might. In an instant, Wang Ku saw a small old man hanging from the tower in the southern part of the city. He seemed to have gone through a series of tortures and was on the verge of death. Rabbit, rabbit monarch? Wang Ku exclaimed with his eyes wide open. The rabbit monarch's small sunglasses had already been smashed into pieces during the torture. Its eyes were red and swollen, leaving only a thin slit. At this moment, even if it wanted to use its red-eye demon technique, it couldn't. The rabbit monarch, who used to be so arrogant, was now a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. It was extremely miserable. Prime Minister Shiman, you are in charge of the imperial examinations. How did you have the time to catch the rabbit monarch? Is he an advanced essence soul realm cultivator? Wang Ku exclaimed. Simon Shunsway glanced at Wang Ku and shook his head. Wang Yuli is the Minister of Rights of the Good God's benevolence. He holds a high position. Anyone who dares to assassinate a high-ranking official of the Good God's benevolence is equivalent to going against the Daisan dynasty. So what if he is an advanced essence soul realm cultivator? Even if he is a martial god, we will still arrest him for insulting the Daisan dynasty. Wang Ku looked at Simon Shunsway in astonishment. What an imposing aura! Moreover, I don't have to go personally to capture the rabbit monarch. The rabbit monarch was hired by various parties in the past and did things against the law. We didn't pay attention to him because he didn't provoke the Daisan dynasty. This time, he didn't know what was good for him and tried to assassinate Wang Yuli. Naturally, he won't be able to escape from the good God's benevolence, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Ku as if he was still warning Wang Ku. Simon Shunsway turned his head and looked at Xianghua. Your Majesty, the rabbit monarch's confession has been obtained from the interrogation. He said that it was the third prince, Jiang Ping, who hired the rabbit monarch to assassinate Wang Yuli. I originally planned to report this to Your Majesty after the court examinations, but I've decided to report this in advance. This is the confession. Simon Shunsway handed over a memorial. The memorial was handed over to Xianghua. Xianghua opened it and looked at it. He suddenly frowned and looked at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping's expression changed. Father, that rabbit monarch is slandering me. Legend has it that when the rabbit monarch was hired, he would definitely keep the information of his employer a secret. He would rather die than reveal who his employer was. He must have randomly accused me. This son has suffered an undeserved calamity. Take a look at the confession yourself. The rabbit monarch was hired by you and collected all the evidence that you hired him. It's all here. Xianghua instantly threw the confession in the third prince's face. The third prince took the confession and looked at it carefully. His expression immediately changed. He was completely dumbfounded. The legend is a lie. The rabbit monarch even specially collected evidence that I hired him. This. The third prince widened his eyes in shock. The rabbit monarch even left behind a voice recording and fingerprints? As expected, there are no ordinary people in the society. Also, was it really you who hired the rabbit monarch to keep the information of the rabbit monarch a secret? Wang Ku looked at the third prince in shock. When the third prince heard Wang Ku scolding him again, his expression froze. Wang Ku wasn't wrong. Did I really do something stupid? Father, please spare me. I was only doing it for the sake of the Daisan dynasty. Now that the war between the righteous Dao and the demonic Dao has stopped, many righteous Dao soldiers have come to me to complain. The great benevolence empire has a limited amount of merit, and there is even less to be distributed. Many officials need merit and merit from slaying demons. Once the war between the righteous Dao and the demonic Dao has stopped, there is not enough merit to be distributed. Many people have come to complain. I am also thinking for everyone. Wang Yuli actually went to the great evil empire for peace. Naturally, he was criticized by many people. I was also bewitched by everyone, which is why I did such a foolish thing. The third prince knelt down. Instantly, the officials in the hall had complicated expressions. Some of the officials were angry, while others frowned in sympathy. After all, just as the third prince said, the officials were divided into the warmongering faction and the peace-seeking faction. The peace-seeking faction naturally wanted peace. They wanted the commoners and soldiers to recuperate. The warmongering faction naturally wanted war. War wasn't just about fighting for land and wealth. It was also about demon-slaying merit. The soldiers on the front lines didn't keep all of the merit for themselves. They had to hand over a portion of it. The merit that was handed over would flow into the hands of the officials and be distributed like salary. Therefore, many people still hoped for war. The third prince's assassination of Wang Yuli didn't seem so serious in the eyes of the warmongering faction. Then, third prince, do you remember who bewitched you the most? Wang Ku asked. Everyone looked at Wang Ku. There are many ways to start a war. There's no need to assassinate Wang Yuli. You could have assassinated the emissary of the evil dynasty. That would only be harming others for your own benefit. But assassinating the emissary of your own side is harming others without benefiting yourself. Which idiot bewitched you to kill Wang Yuli? That person must have a grudge against Wang Yuli, right? Wang Ku asked curiously. For a moment, the officials in the hall fell silent. That's right. Why did you choose to assassinate Wang Yuli? Who bewitched you? Xianghua added. For a moment, many officials looked at Xianghua strangely. Was this father-in-law and son-in-law of the same mind? The third prince's expression stiffened. In the end, he looked at the Minister of War, Jiebingjia. All the officials looked at Jiebingjia. Jiebingjia's expression changed, and he immediately knelt. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This subject didn't bewitch the third prince to assassinate Wang Yuli. This subject only complained to the third prince about why Wang Yuli wanted peace between the two countries. This subject didn't bewitch the third prince. Your Majesty, please investigate. For a moment, the hall was filled with a strange atmosphere. The Minister of War had bewitched the third prince to assassinate the Minister of Rights? This was a huge scandal. The peace-seeking faction glared at Jiebingjia. However, the warmongering faction looked at Jiebingjia in a much gentler manner. Third prince, did you see that? That day we fought purely because Jiebingjia provoked us. He even cleared himself with a single sentence and made you take the blame. He's not a good person. You should stay away from him. Wang Ku frowned. The third prince and Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. If you weren't talking about the fight, how could we be kneeling here and carrying such a huge crime? Your Majesty! At this moment, Wang Yuli walked out of the court ranks. Wang Yuli, we will definitely give you justice for the assassination attempt. Do you have something to say? Xianghua asked in a low voice. Yes. The third prince is young and impetuous. This subject doesn't blame him for hiring someone to assassinate this official because of the rumors. After all, this diplomatic mission to the evil dynasty received too much help. However, a country has its laws and a family has its rules. If your majesty wants to punish the third prince, this subject will not stop you. Wang Yuli said. The third prince, who was kneeling at the side, had a dark expression. Are you pleading for me or for me to be punished? However, right now, Anka is in the middle of the court examination. The assassination attempt on this subject should be dealt with after the court examination, Wang Yuli said solemnly. The third prince glared at Wang Yuli. The third prince could tell that Wang Yuli was ruthless even though he seemed polite. What Wang Yuli meant was, don't be anxious and don't mess things up. Let's end the court examination first and settle the score later. Don't let anyone escape. The court fell into a strange atmosphere. Your Majesty, this subject also feels that no one can escape from the assassination attempt on the Ministry of Rights. We can settle the score slowly. The court examination is the center of attention of the world. We can't stop because of this. Let's end the court examination first, Simon Shunsui said. Xianghua looked at the kneeling third prince and Jiebingjiao with a complicated expression. In the end, he nodded. All right, the court examination will continue. Who is next? Xianghua said in a low voice. P.S. Second update. Chapter 609. In the Divine Hall of Benevolence. Because of Wang Yuli's request, the assassination attempt on Wang Yuli was delayed and the court examinations continued. Okay, the court examinations continue. Who's next? Xianghua asked. Wang Ku was already the first, and he was Xianghua's son-in-law. How could the remaining 9 candidates compete? The days were full of excitement. Old Qing, it's your turn. My father-in-law, no, your majesty is asking you a question. Why did you participate in the imperial examinations? Wang Ku pushed Qing Baichuan, who was next to him. Qing Baichuan took a deep breath and stepped forward. I did not participate in the imperial examinations for the examinations. I wanted to see your majesty. Qing Baichuan bowed respectfully. A group of officials stared at Qing Baichuan. Was this another person who did not play by the rules? You did not do it for the examinations, but to see your majesty? Isn't your bootlicking a little too blatant? You want to see me? The virtuous emperor asked in a deep voice. Yes. Actually, I am not a candidate. I am an impostor. Qing Baichuan said respectfully. What? A group of officials' expressions changed. Wang Ku stared at Qing Baichuan. Why did you tell the truth? An impostor? You were the one who knocked out the candidate and stole his book? Chao Xiong, the Minister of Justice, stared in shock. Old Qing, are you out of your mind? Wang Ku stared at him. Actually, this is not my real face. Your Majesty, I, Qing Baichuan, have important information to report. Qing Baichuan immediately knelt down. At the same time, he took out a bottle of medicine and splashed it on his face. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. They saw that Qing Baichuan's disfigured face was rapidly recovering. Soon, his real face was revealed. Qing Baichuan. Suddenly, the hall was filled with surprised voices. How dare you, Qing Baichuan, pretend to be a candidate and sneak into Shindu? Guards, take him down. Chao Xiong shouted. Your Majesty is here. How dare you give orders? Qing Baichuan stared at Chao Xiong. As expected, no guards dared to enter the palace. The palace guard captain was the best at reading people's expressions. There was no anger in Xianghua's eyes, only curiosity. Wouldn't he be crazy if he were to bring people in to arrest them at this time? Therefore, even though the Minister of Justice shouted, The head of guards stopped his subordinates from entering the palace and waited for the human emperor's orders. Qing Baichuan? Did Wang Ku give you this appearance-changing potion? Xianghua asked curiously. Ah, yes. Qing Baichuan was stunned. Your Majesty, why are you interested in my face-changing potion? Since Wang Ku helped you disguise yourself, there must be something you're hiding. We'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Xianghua said calmly from his dragon throne. The officials in the hall looked at Xianghua in astonishment. Your Majesty, are you giving Qing Baichuan a chance to speak because of Wang Ku? Wang Ku was also dumbfounded. Is my allergy medicine so famous now? Even Xianghua knows about it and can tell at a glance? Qing Baichuan also looked at Wang Ku in astonishment. Is it because of Wang Ku that he has the chance to speak? Qing Baichuan, this head of guards is a citizen of the Qing dynasty. Your Majesty, Zhang Xilai's betrayal of the War God Temple was strange. Zhang Xilai didn't betray the War God Temple, and he didn't offer the ninth divine sword in the world, the ghost deity sword, to the great evil dynasty. Everything was a conspiracy, and I was implicated in it. Qing Baichuan said respectfully. Your Majesty, Zhang Xilai's betrayal of the War God Temple was strange. Zhang Xilai didn't betray the War God Temple, and he didn't give the ninth divine sword in the world, the ghost deity sword, to the great evil dynasty. Xianghua looked at Qing Baichuan. The officials also looked at Qing Baichuan in astonishment. You're saying that the war god Zhang Xilai was framed? Do you have evidence? A general of the war god temple suddenly exclaimed. Wang Ku was also surprised. Who was Zhang Xilai? Wasn't he Zhang Jingdao's father? Zhang Jingdao's father was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison. He was the war god of the war god temple? This official has evidence. Moreover, this official has found the approximate location of the ghost god sword. Your Majesty, please investigate. Qing Baichuan immediately took out a jade box. Not far away, Simon Shunsui narrowed his eyes at Qing Baichuan. Then, he took a deep breath and walked toward Qing Baichuan. When he took the jade box from Qing Baichuan, Simon Shuansui's expression was complicated. He sighed softly and said, Qing Baichuan, you've suffered all these years. Qing Baichuan looked at Simon Shunsui in astonishment. What's going on? Prime Minister, you know that I've been framed? You haven't even seen the evidence I found. How do you know that I've suffered? Simon Shunsui turned his head and handed the jade box to Xianghua. Xianghua opened the jade box. Immediately, a scroll appeared. He opened the scroll and read it carefully. As he read, Xianghua's expression became complicated. At this moment, the god of benevolence's temple was silent. Everyone was waiting for the same result. Old Qing, you used to be a benevolence official? What rank were you? Wang Ku whispered. Qing Baichuan was waiting for Xianghua's decision. Naturally, he ignored Wang Ku. Xianghua finished reading the scroll and narrowed his eyes at Qing Baichuan. Qing Baichuan, you said that the Minister of War removed his armor because he was a demon? Your Majesty, Qing Baichuan is talking nonsense. I can release my true essence for everyone to check. How can I be a demon? Your Majesty, Qing Baichuan used to be the Minister of War. He must be jealous that I replaced him. For 30 years, I've been the Minister of War. I've been cautious and conscientious. I became an official 120 years ago. I didn't dare to slack off. I've personally killed countless demons in the past. I have a record of it. Your Majesty, please check it. Jie Bingjia's expression changed. Your Majesty, this subject has evidence. On that day 30 years ago, only Jie Jia could have stolen the sky and swapped the sun. He used to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. He stole my tiger tally, deployed the army, and framed me. I'm not jealous that he replaced my position. I've really found out that he's a demon. Moreover, he's one of the deepest spies of the evil dynasty. Your Majesty, I have evidence. Qing Baichuan's eyes glowed red. What evidence do you have? I don't have devil chi in my true essence. Jie Bingjia glared. It's not a day or two that the demons have infiltrated our righteous faction. Each of them has their own way of hiding their devil chi. In order to find the demon who framed me, I specially lurked in the southern evil demon's territory and spent a lot of money to steal a great evil curse dispelling book from the palace of the evil dynasty. Qing Baichuan said in a deep voice. Great evil curse dispelling book? The officials were surprised. Yes, the evil dynasty sent spies to infiltrate our righteous faction. They would use a special curse on the spies to cover up their devil chi curse so that our righteous faction wouldn't be able to detect them. The evil dynasty's curse is divided into different levels. The highest level is not something that anyone can use. The price is very high. However, if you enter the Great Good faction and become a high-ranking official, any price is worth it. And the Great Evil faction has a way to remove this curse. It's sealed in this Great Evil Curse dispelling book. As long as I open this book, the light in the book can remove the curse on the spies and reveal the true nature of the spies. Qing Baichuan took out a pitch-black book. What? That's impossible. Qing Baichuan, you're speaking nonsense. Jie Bingjia's expression changed. It wasn't easy for me to find out the secret of the Great Evil Curse dispelling book. As a spy, you still don't know? Open! Qing Baichuan shouted. As he shouted, Qing Baichuan immediately opened the Great Evil Curse dispelling book. At this moment, the pitch-black book emitted countless rays of black light that instantly enveloped the entire hall. 1. The black light caused everyone's eyes to tremble as if they were blinded. Everyone immediately released their stellar energy to guard against a sneak attack. Boom! The black light flashed, and everyone's eyes were immediately able to see it. At this moment, everyone saw that Jie Bingjia's body suddenly emitted a torrential black energy. The black energy seemed to be out of Jie Bingjia's control, causing Jie Bingjia's entire body to emit a pained expression. While Jie Bingjia was in pain, 2 blood-colored fangs suddenly appeared in his mouth, and a monstrous aura erupted from him. Demon, Jie Bingjia is a demon? The officials cried out in alarm. Next to Qing Baichuan, 4 of the other 8 examinees were also emitting black energy as they spat out fangs in pain. What? There are also 4 demons among the examinees? Bastard! The War God Hall generals cried out in alarm. Damn it! Run! Jie Bingjia suddenly roared. Bang! The 4 evil demon examinees immediately turned around and fled out of the hall. You're seeking death. Don't you know where you are? You still want to run? The old dog Murong glared. Rumble! The War God Hall generals immediately chased after them. Outside the Good Divine Hall, a great battle was about to break out. Jie Bingjia should have been the first to bear the brunt, but Jie Bingjia instantly grabbed a hostage. Stop! Release the 3rd prince! Jie Bingjia, you're seeking death! The hall was immediately filled with cries of alarm. However, it was too late. Jie Bingjia's long sword was pressed against the 3rd prince's neck. The 3rd prince's clothes suddenly tightened and he could not move at all. My body, why is this happening? The 3rd prince cried out in alarm. He was at the primordial soul state, why couldn't he defend himself? 3rd prince, don't struggle. The immortal armor you're wearing is specially made for you by a blacksmith master. Not only can it help you defend against external attacks, it is also a binding treasure. As long as I activate it, it can bind your entire body instantly. Furthermore, the poison needles on the immortal armor will pierce into your body and inject a large amount of poison into your body. The more you struggle, the tighter the immortal armor will bind you and the deeper you will be poisoned. If you don't want to die, don't move. Jie Bingjia shouted. You Jie Bingjia, you're a demon spy? You tricked me into assassinating Wang Yuli. Was that also a plot by you demons? The 3rd prince cried out in alarm. That's right, who asked you to be so eager for quick success? You're easy to deceive. If I don't deceive you, who would I deceive? You'd better not move or we'll die together. If I'm killed today, I'll drag you down with me. Jiebingjia said savagely. You dare kill me? The third prince roared in horror. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Qing Baichuan. No, you should blame Wang Ku. Qing Baichuan is already a fugitive from the Great Kindness Temple. If not for Wang Ku's help, he wouldn't have been able to come to the Goodness Temple. It's all Wang Ku's fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been exposed. Damn Wang Ku. Jiebingjia glared at Wang Ku, who was not far away. Third prince, you saw it. I told you that Jiebingjia is not a good person. I told you to stay away from him, but you didn't listen. If you had listened to me just now, you wouldn't have been caught by him. Wang Ku frowned. The third prince looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. I was kneeling in front of my father just now. Why should I stay away from him? I'm already in such a miserable state. What's the use of talking nonsense? Do you think I should thank you? P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 610. The loud noise outside the good temple quickly calmed down. The 4 examinees were disguised by demons, so how could they cause a huge commotion in the good temple? In the blink of an eye, they were all captured by old dog Murong and the rest. In the good temple, Jiebingjia held the third prince captive. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll immediately kill Jiang Ping. Jiebingjia roared. Instantly, the officials did not dare to step forward. However, they were not too worried because Xianghua had never been threatened before. How powerful was Xianghua? Even if the third prince was held hostage, he could instantly kill Jiebingjia, right? Xianghua, let us leave safely and I'll release Jiang Ping. Otherwise, I'll immediately perish together with Jiang Ping. Jiebingjia shouted anxiously. Jiebingjia was also panicking because he knew Xianghua's strength. If Xianghua made a move, he would definitely die. However, he had no choice and was forced into a corner. If he held the third prince hostage, he would most likely die, but if he did not, he would definitely die. In his panic, Jiebingjia glanced at Xianghua. However, the virtuous emperor didn't move, nor did he show any expression. The dazzling Xianghua suddenly trembled as if the dazzling light was slowly being withdrawn. The golden light on Xianghua's body slowly disappeared. Xianghua's body on the dragon throne changed. Xianghua became transparent and stood there motionless like a sculpture made of ice. Everyone looked at Xianghua in shock. Xianghua became an ice sculpture? Why? Wang Ku's face was filled with astonishment. Princess, please retreat to a safe place. Prime Minister Simon Shunsui suddenly said. Behind Xianghua's ice sculpture, there was actually a woman in purple clothes. Serene Moon? Wang Ku exclaimed. Princess Serene Moon? How could it be Princess Serene Moon? The officials in the hall were also in an uproar. Who would have thought that after Xianghua turned into an ice sculpture, Princess Serene Moon would appear behind her? Princess Serene Moon looked at the ice sculpture in surprise. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Serene Moon, is that really you? Wang Ku immediately pounced on her with a look of surprise. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll kill Jiang Ping. Jiebingjia exclaimed. Everyone was afraid to take action for fear of breaking the vases. How could Wang Ku dare to step forward? Wang Ku didn't stop. When he passed by Jiebing, he gave him a look of disdain. Whether you kill Jiang Ping or not has nothing to do with me. Just like that, Wang Ku ran towards Princess Serene Moon. Jiebingjia's eyes widened. The third prince was still being held hostage. Serene Moon. It's really you. Ha! Why are you here? What happened just now? Wang Ku exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ku, don't be rash. Simon Shunsui said coldly. Then is your majesty standing near the dragon throne something you can go up to? Wang Ku, father asked me to pretend to be him to handle court affairs. Princess Serene Moon immediately walked to Wang Ku's side. Xianghua asked you to pretend to be Xianghua? That Xianghua just now was you pretending to be him? Why? Wang Ku exclaimed. Aren't all monarchs alone? The monarch's authority could not be blasphemed in the slightest. Which emperor would let his children take his place? This doesn't make sense. Isn't my father-in-law afraid that someone will make him a mere figurehead? This is my father's imperial edict. He wants me to pretend to be him and handle the affairs of the imperial court. Just now, it was my father's secret technique that allowed the ice sculpture's primordial spirit to fuse with me, making me look like my father. However, when Qing Baichuan opened the great evil-dispelling spell book in his hand and the black light shone on me, I don't know why but the secret technique suddenly lost its effect. I was exposed. Serene Moon said immediately. For a moment, the faces of all the officials in the hall twitched. Was it true? Xianghua asked Princess Serene Moon to take his place? That shouldn't be. The position of monarch shouldn't be blasphemed. Why was it so casual? Only a few old officials looked at Princess Yu and were used to it. It was as if everyone was prepared for Xianghua's unreliability. As for the imperial edict Xianghua gave Serene Moon, there was no need to check. It had to be real. After all, only Xianghua would do such a thing. Why? Why does father value you so much? Father has never let us three brothers near the dragon throne, but you can pretend to be father? Could he sit on the dragon throne in broad daylight? And handle court affairs? Why? The third prince looked at Serene Moon with jealousy. Because you are a son, and my family's Serene Moon is a daughter. How can it be the same? Wang Ku glared at the third prince. At this moment, although he felt that his father-in-law was extremely unreliable, treating your majesty as if he didn't act like your majesty at all, he naturally had to fight back against whoever insulted his girlfriend. Wang Ku, what does this have to do with you? The third prince glared. Third prince, you should think about your own situation. You already have one foot in the coffin, but you don't care about your own life and death. Instead, you care about whether Serene Moon is favored or not. Are you crazy? Wang Ku immediately shielded Serene Moon behind him. Serene Moon stood behind Wang Ku and looked at Wang Ku with a smile. It was as if she was happy to be protected by Wang Ku. The third prince glared at Wang Ku. You are the one with one foot in the coffin. I am only being held hostage. Do you understand? Jiebingjia looked at Xianghua's ice sculpture and sighed secretly. Ha, I knew it. Xianghua is a lecherous man. He went out to travel and hunt for beauties. He gave the throne to a woman? Ha, you scared me. Jiebingjia laughed. What's wrong with a woman? The ruler of the evil dynasty is also a woman. Do you look down on a woman in power? Serene Moon glared. Wang Ku was stunned. The evil emperor was a woman? Jiebingjia, who was not far away, froze. Did he slip up? Humph, I won't talk nonsense with you. Since Xianghua is not here, I am not afraid. Everyone, move aside. Let go of the 4 candidates we just caught. Let us go. When we leave benevolent God's capital, I will release Jiang Ping. Otherwise, I will kill him now. Jiebingjia glared. Leave? At this moment, Jiebingjia, do you think you can leave? Simon Shunsui suddenly said in a low voice. Jiebingjia narrowed his eyes and looked at Simon Shunsui. Simon Shunsui, to put it nicely, I call you teacher. But after being under you for so many years, I realized that you are only this capable. After I became the Minister of War, do you know how many harmful things I have done to benevolence? You are still in the dark and become my accomplice. Ha, Prime Minister? You are only SOSO. The group of officials looked at Shimin Shunshui with puzzled expressions. You are talking about the retreat from Een Mountain and the flood in the south, right? Simon Shunsui said calmly. Jiebingjia's expression changed. Jiebingjia, I advise you to give up resisting and surrender. Otherwise, the whole world will not tolerate you. Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. Who are you trying to scare? The Daesan dynasty can cover the sky with one hand? Jiebingjiao was in disbelief. If I guessed correctly, you must be longing to escape back to the evil dynasty and be rewarded by the evil emperor, right? No, I can tell you that if you don't surrender today, not only will my great benevolence empire offer a bounty for your capture, the great vile empire will also offer a bounty for your capture. There will be no place for you in this world. Shimin Shunshui said in a low voice. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I will believe you? Do you think I will let Jiang Ping go with just a few words of threat? Jiebingjia shouted with a glare. Simon Shunsui shook his head. Do you know why your majesty gave the exam this time? Jiebingjia's expression darkened. Also, why did you become the examiner? Why did I discuss the questions of the first and second exams with you? Simon Shunsui said calmly. You. Jiebingjia seemed to have a bad premonition. You helped my son Yasushi Simon cheat, and prepared to let him become the first in the second exam? Do you really think I don't know? You just want to use my son as a shield to attract my attention. You want to make Enka even more complicated. You want to use Shimin Jing to shut me up when you are discovered to have leaked the questions to other examinees? You want to use Shimin Jing to shut me up? Hehe, do you think that I can't see through Jiebingjia? Simon Shunsui said coldly. How did you know? Also, you purposely used me to leak the questions? Jiebingjia's expression darkened. I also have to thank you. Originally, the demons were hiding in the Daesan dynasty and were scattered all over the world. It was extremely difficult to find all of them at once. After all, the demons have many methods to hide their demonic chi. It is not easy to find them. Now it is easy. Thank you. We found all of them at once and there is nowhere to hide. Simon Shunsui sneered. Enka's motive is to scheme against me? You already knew that I am a demon? Jiebingjia exclaimed. 30 years ago, when Cheng Baichuan was wrongly accused, I was already in charge of the investigation. Indeed, I found you long ago. However, we didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. We were waiting for an opportunity. This time, Enka is the opportunity. Not only do we want to catch you, we want to use you to get rid of all the demons hiding in the Daesan dynasty. As the examiner, you can get the questions. Naturally, you can leak the questions to the demons hiding in the Daesan dynasty. You want these demons to occupy high positions in the Daesan dynasty and reach a deeper level of hiding? I can tell you that all of the examinees who passed the second exam, their families, sex, and classmates are all under our control. These days, did you receive less news? Simon Shunsui said coldly. Jiebingjia revealed a terrified expression. Originally, although these demons didn't have high positions in the Great Kindness Empire, they still have a certain amount of influence in the Great Kindness Empire. Is this a spy internet cafe that was operated by the Daesan dynasty for many years? This time, because of your greed, you were all caught in one fell swoop. Tell me, for you to return to the evil dynasty like this, is it a merit or a crime? Simon Shunsui said coldly. Cold sweat appeared on Jiebingjia's forehead. He exposed the countless spies of the evil dynasty in one fell swoop and got caught? If he returned, not only would the evil emperor not forgive him, the countless aristocratic families of the evil dynasty wouldn't be able to tolerate him either. Was he finished? Jiebingjia, surrender now and I can plead with Xianghua to spare your life. Otherwise, no one in the world will be able to save you. Simon Shunsui glared at Jiebingjia. No. Jiebingjia, who was holding the third prince hostage, panicked. P.S. First update. Chapter 6:11. Simon Shunsui pressed on step by step as if he was breaking through Jiebingjia's psychological defense, cutting off Jiebingjia's path of retreat. The demons hiding in the Daesan dynasty did not know each other and hid very deeply. However, because of this Enka, they were all exposed. At this moment, even Wang Ku felt that Simon Shuansui's methods were very powerful. After all, before this, who would have thought that this Anko was to eliminate demons? Previously, Simon Shuansue's performance did not have any trace of eliminating demons. Simon Shunsui planned everything. Even Yasushi Simon's son thought that he was choosing a teacher for Serene Moon, not to mention that Jiebingjia also fell into his trap. As expected, the Oscar-winning actor is far inferior to Simon Shunsui. Wang Ku sighed. As a demon, Jiebingjia had infiltrated the Great Kindness Imperial Court to hold a high position. He was already an Oscar-winning actor. How could this Simon Shunsui be more powerful? Remove your armor and surrender. I will save your life, Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. At this moment, Jiebingjia was incomparably panicked. Not only was he exposed, he had also become a sinner of the evil dynasty. If he went back now, wouldn't he be courting death? No, no. You will save my life? You are only the Prime Minister. At most, you will let me live this time. But what about next? I will become a prisoner in the Daisan dynasty and then be assassinated in many ways? You will not be able to save me. The only one who can save me is myself. Jiebingjia clenched his teeth and said. Jiebingjia was indeed worthy of being the Minister of War. He was extremely calm and instantly saw through Simon Shuansui's threat. Remove your armor. Are you still so stubborn? Simon Shunsui glared and said. Simon Shunsui, don't come over. If you come over, I will kill the third prince. Jiebingjia glared and shouted. Simon Shunsui narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiebingjia. Simon Shunsui, I have worshipped you as my teacher for many years. I know how powerful you are. Similarly, I was able to become the Minister of War not only because of your nurturing. Xianghua is not here, this is my best chance. The third prince is the key to my freedom. How can I let him go? I already said that I don't want to kill the third crown prince. Don't force me to die together with the third crown prince. I only want my freedom. Ridiculous. If an evil cultivator can walk out of the good shrine, where will the great benevolent empire's face be? Simon Shunsui didn't give in at all. If you don't let me leave, I'll kill the third prince right now. Simon Shunsui glared. You want to use the third prince to threaten us? Don't even think about it. The Daisan dynasty will not compromise with a devil like you. The third prince is your majesty's son, but he cannot be your bargaining chip. For the sake of justice, the third prince doesn't care about sacrifice. Sacrificing for the good and righteous path is a great honor. As the son of Xianghua, he naturally wouldn't do something that would bring shame to Xianghua. The third prince is also not afraid of death. Jiebingjia, give up on this idea, Simon Shunsui said unyieldingly. Jiebingjia's mind was on the verge of collapse. Fuck, you want to sacrifice the third prince just to capture me? Am I done for this time? Jiebingjia's body trembled. I won't even have a chance to escape this time? Simon Shunsui? You want me to die? You are using your position to avenge a personal grudge. I didn't say that I'm not afraid of death, but you want me to die for a little demoness? How can this be? Everyone, don't come near. Let Jiebingjia go. The third prince suddenly shouted in horror. The third prince's frightened roar made Jiebingjia's body tremble. It was as if he saw hope in his eyes. Simon Shuansui's face stiffened. Fuck, what is this third prince doing? I'm about to scare Jiebingjia. He will immediately let you go out of fear and then kneel down and beg for mercy. Why don't you cooperate with me at this time? Prime Minister, the third prince is our benevolent crown prince. You can't sacrifice him like this, Chao Xiong said from the side. Shut up. Simon Shunsui angrily glared and rebuked. Don't I know that the third prince can't be harmed? Do I need you to remind me? Can't you see that I'm in Jiebingjia's mind? It's fine if the third prince is immature, but you are also dragging me down? Are you crazy? Chao Xiong's attitude made Jiebingjia sober up a lot. Ha, Simon Shunsui, were you tricking me? I almost fell for your trick, ha 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 ha. Jiebingjia said excitedly after surviving the disaster. Simon Shunsway took a deep breath and said with a cold face, Jiebingjia, only you know whether I am tricking you or not. You can no longer go back to the evil dynasty. The only thing you can do is to surrender immediately and cooperate with us to thoroughly investigate the remaining evil spirits and redeem yourself. Only then can I save your life. No need. Outside of benevolent God's capital, where can I not go? Do I want to be a canary here? Ha ha ha, everyone back off. Otherwise I will kill the third prince. Jiebingjia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Back off, everyone back off. The third prince shouted gloomily. The group of officials did not back off, but they also did not take a step forward. Chao Xiong's face changed. He knew that he had said too much and did not dare to speak again. Everyone looked at Simon Shunsway. Jiebingjia, don't make mistakes again, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Simon Shunsway? What else is there to say? Xianghua is not here. Who dares to ignore the third prince's life? As long as I hold the third prince, I will be safe, Jiebingjia said in a deep voice. The faces of the officials in the main hall turned gloomy. Jiebingjia looked around confidently and suddenly saw Wang Ku protecting Princess Serene Moon. Jiebingjia's eyes suddenly brightened. Jiebingjia, what do you want to do? Wang Ku's face changed. Divine weapon, immortal armor shield. Jiebingjia suddenly shouted. Jiebingjia, you dare to be presumptuous? Simon Shuansui's face changed. Unfortunately, the third prince was in Jiebingjia's hands. Simon Shunsway did not dare to step forward. Boom! Suddenly, a huge transparent shield magic treasure instantly enveloped Jiebingjia and the third prince. In an instant, the shield emitted waves of white fog. Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon were also in the divine weapon immortal armor shield. Jiebingjia, what are you doing? You can leave if you want. Why are you using this sauna to shield us? Wang Ku shouted in shock. Princess, be careful. The white fog in the shield is poisonous. Simon Shunsway shouted from outside. What? Wang Ku's face changed. This was not a sauna. This was a poisonous fog shield? Quick, Serene Moon, break this shield. Wang Ku shouted. If you dare to move, I will kill the third prince. Jiebingjia immediately threatened. Boom! Wang Ku slashed the transparent shield with his sword, but the shield was not damaged at all. Didn't you hear what I said? If you move again, I will kill the third prince. Jiebingjia stared at Wang Ku. Boom! Wang Ku ignored him and attacked the transparent shield continuously. Jiebingjia! The third prince! The officials! This Wang Ku did not care about the third prince's life at all. Do you think I am joking? I will show you now. Jiebingjia said ferociously. Tisk! Jiebingjia stabbed the third prince's arm, and the third prince screamed in pain. Stop! The officials cried out in alarm. If you don't listen to me, I will cut off the third prince's arm. Jiebingjia threatened. Wang Ku turned and looked at Jiebingjia in disdain. Boom! Wang Ku continued to attack the transparent shield. Finally, a crack appeared on the shield. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Jiebingjia said ferociously. Tsk. Ah! The third prince's arm was cut off. Blood splattered everywhere, and the third prince screamed in pain. No! The officials shouted. Wang Ku turned and looked at Jiebingjia in disdain. Are you crazy? Why are you threatening me with the third prince? I am not close to him. Besides, I am not a kind person. What does it have to do with me if you kill him? Jiebingjia! Wang Ku, The third prince looked at Wang Ku in despair. Serene Moon, didn't they say that you are already in the primordial soul realm? Do it and break this transparent shield. The white fog inside is poisonous. Wang Ku looked at Serene Moon. Princess Serene Moon, if you dare to move, I will kill the third prince. Jiebingjia glared. Don't listen to him. If he dared to kill the third prince, he would have done so long ago. He doesn't. It's fine. Do it. Wang Ku persuaded. Jiebingjia. Outside, the officials still wanted to scold Wang Ku, but Shimen Shunshui waved his hand, stopping the officials from saying anything. Jiebingjia thought that he could control the situation by holding the third prince hostage. Now that Wang Ku was an unrestrained variable, it might be effective. Besides, Simon Shunshui knew that Wang Ku knew his limits after he released Yasushi Simon and Chao Xiong. He would not do anything rash. Wang Ku, I feel a little dizzy. Princess Serene Moon said, her face pale. What? Wang Ku's expression changed. Princess Yu, if she had used all her strength just now, she would have been able to break through my divine armor shield. However, she was afraid that I would harm the third prince, so she didn't rush to act. It was because of her hesitation that everything was too late. The poison in my divine armor shield is extremely overbearing. It's called the Drunken Immortal. Without an antidote, it can even affect immortals, let alone you. Jiebingjia sneered. As expected, not only was Princess Serene Moon about to faint, the third prince, whose arm had been cut off, no longer cried out in pain. He was in a daze, as though he was about to faint. Jiebingjia, it's not enough for you to hold the third prince hostage. Now you want to hold Princess Serene Moon hostage? Simon Shunshui said with an ugly expression. That's right. Ha 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 ha. Simon Shunshui, you are extremely intelligent. You managed to uncover the hidden demons in our Anka. If I were to return to the evil dynasty, I would be a great sinner. I know that if I used the third prince to force you to hand over the demons, you would definitely not agree. However, what if there was an additional Princess Serene Moon? Princess Serene Moon is the apple of Xianghua's eye. Xianghua dotes on her so much that they even let her sit on the dragon throne. Now, both of them have been poisoned by my drunken immortal. Release Anka and the other demons that were captured this time, we will escape together. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiebingjia said confidently. Wait a moment. Why didn't your drunken immortal make me drunk? Why am I fine? Wang Ku shouted. At this moment, everyone in the main hall suddenly looked at Wang Ku, who was inside the transparent cover. Princess Serene Moon staggered and fell into Wang Ku's arms. However, Wang Ku was still alive and kicking. He was completely fine. This. Jiebingjia's expression stiffened as he looked at Wang Ku. What's going on? P.S. Second update. Chapter 612. Wait a minute. Why didn't your drunken immortal make me drunk? Why am I fine? Wang Ku shouted. At this moment, everyone in the hall suddenly looked at Wang Ku, who was inside the transparent cover. Princess Serene Moon was swaying and falling into Wang Ku's arms, but Wang Ku was still alive and kicking. This. Jiebingjia's face stiffened as he looked at Wang Ku. What's going on? Old dog Murong, what level of poison is this drunken immortal? Will it harm Serene Moon? Wang Ku shouted outside the cover. Old dog Murong stared at Wang Ku, who was fine, and said, Wang Ku, why are you fine? I'm asking you a question. Don't talk nonsense. Will this drunken immortal cause irreversible harm to Serene Moon? Wang Ku stared and said, It won't. Although the drunken immortal is said to be a poison, it's actually just like alcohol. It just makes people feel drunk. It shouldn't cause any harm. Old dog Murong said. Phew, you scared me. Wang Ku let out a long sigh. Why are you fine? Jiebingjia also stared at Wang Ku. It shouldn't be. I'm the only one with the antidote in my mouth. Why are you fine? I'm a person who won't get drunk after 1,000 cups. Your drunken immortal is still lacking, Wang Ku suddenly said. Jiebingjia. The surrounding officials. What does your 1,000 cups have to do with the drunken immortal? The drunken immortal is a poison, not alcohol. It's just that the effects are similar. Wang Ku naturally wouldn't tell everyone that he was immune to all poisons. Won't get drunk after 1,000 cups? Humph, you won't get drunk after 1,000 cups. Humph, come. Jiebingjia stared. Jiebingjia grabbed with one hand. As if there was a suction force, he wanted to pull Princess Serene Moon to his side. Who? A strong gust of wind was swirling inside the shield, forming a vortex that attacked Wang Ku. Wang Ku hugged Princess Serene Moon tightly, as if he was going to be dragged along with her. Ah, Jiebing, what are you doing? Don't force me to do it! Wang Ku roared in frustration. Everyone stared at Wang Ku. You're going to do it? You're just a nascent soul realm cultivator, what are you doing? Jiebingjia sneered. Alright, then give it a try. I've never seen a nascent soul realm cultivator who can hurt me. You asked for it. Wang Ku glared at him. Boom. Wang Ku released a ball of turbid true essence from his palm and instantly dispersed it. Boom. The turbid true essence turned into surging turbid true chi, instantly dyeing the entire divine weapon and immortal armor yellow. Wang Ku used a true chi shield to protect Serene Moon so that Serene Moon would not be contaminated by the turbid true chi. Turbid true chi could not be blocked by any protective shield, but Wang Ku's true chi protective shield could withstand it. For a moment, the divine weapon and immortal armor was shrouded in yellow smoke, and one could not even see their own fingers. While the people outside were puzzled, the divine weapon and immortal armor suddenly quieted down. The gust of wind magic stopped, and everything seemed to have stopped. In the main hall, the officials stared at the yellow divine weapon and immortal armor. What happened? Why was there no sound? Old Dog Murong, what is this yellow smoke that Wang Ku released? A combat god temple warrior asked curiously. I don't know either. Old Dog Murong stared. Finally, after everyone waited for a while, there was finally a sound from the divine weapon and immortal armor. Blurg! 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 A series of retching sounds came from inside. That's the sound of Bingjia. What's going on? Old Dog Murong stared. Blurg! 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 Another series of retching sounds came. That's the third prince's voice? Why is the third prince awake? Everyone asked in surprise. Wang Ku, you bastard, what kind of poison did you use? Blurg. Do you want to die? Blurg. I'll kill you. Blurg. Jiebingjia's curses came from the divine weapon and immortal armor. Blurg. Who farted? Blurg. Guards. Blurg. Drag him out and behead him. Blurg. The third prince cursed in a drunken stupor. The officials in the main hall were puzzled by the curses coming from the divine weapon and immortal armor. Blurg! Blurg! Jiebingjia roared again. Boom! 2 holes suddenly appeared on the divine weapon and immortal armor. In an instant, air was sucked in from the outside, and the yellow smoke inside was expelled. Boom! When the yellow smoke was about to disperse into the main hall, the guards in the main hall waved their hands, and a gust of wind blew the yellow smoke out of the main hall. The yellow smoke was not something good, so the officials naturally did not taste it personally. The yellow smoke rushed out of the Divine Kindness Hall into the sky and slowly dissipated. Although the officials did not taste it, they already knew the effects of the yellow smoke from the looks of the 4 people inside the hall. Wang Ku and Serene Moon were not affected, but the third prince and Jiebingjia were the first to bear the brunt of it. The third prince was still unconscious from the drunken immortal, but even so, his face was contorted in pain. His mouth, chest, and clothes were covered in the filth he had just vomited. As for Jiebingjia, his eyes were bloodshot. He lowered his head and vomited while holding the third prince. He did not even have the energy to care about the third prince's vomit. Blurg! Wang Ku! Blurg! What kind of poison is that? Why can't my shield defend against it? Blurg! Are you AF * King Weasel? Blurg! It stinks. Jiebingjia vomited until the sky darkened. Not far away, Wang Ku was supporting Princess Serene Moon. His face stiffened as he looked at the 2 holes in the divine weapon and immortal armor. Isn't this an airtight shield? Why does it have a ventilator? What the F asterisk CK, isn't this a scoundrel? Wang Ku's face stiffened. His turbid true qi had been neutralized? Blurred. Jiebingjiao was a spy, so he had great willpower. He quickly suppressed the nausea in his body and looked at Wang Ku fiercely. Wang Ku, no one can save you now. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Roar. Jiebingjia roared with a ferocious expression. This roar carried a monstrous aura, and the air in the entire divine weapon and immortal armor shook violently. Even Wang Ku's clothes swayed violently. An expert in the primordial soul realm. Wang Ku's face changed. Even if he used the seal of God, he would not be able to defeat him, right? What should he do? Old Dog Murong, attack. Break this divine weapon and immortal armor. Wang Ku roared. Whoever dares to touch my divine weapon and immortal armor, I'll kill the third prince now. Jiebingjia roared. Boom. Suddenly, Jiebingjia cut off one of the third prince's arms again. Old Dog Murong and the others who were about to rush forward suddenly changed their expressions and stopped in their tracks. This Jiebingjia is crazy. The third prince only has 2 arms and you cut them off. In his drunken stupor, the third prince could only let out a scream and continue to pass out. Jiebingjia had gone crazy. Whoever provoked him now and caused the third prince's death would be the culprit. What should they do now? Wang Ku, I want you dead. Jiebingjia grabbed the third prince's neck ferociously and pounced on Wang Ku. Wang Ku saw this and thought, this F asterisk King Jiebingjia wants to kill me and kidnap Princess Serene Moon? Dream on. But what can I do now? I can't count on the bunch of people outside who don't want to save me. What should I do? Wang Ku suddenly screamed. Wang Ku. Old Dog Murong widened his eyes in shock. Wang Ku suddenly revealed an expression of extreme pain. His whole body was convulsing as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Pada. Even Princess Serene Moon who was in his arms couldn't move. Suddenly, Princess Serene Moon fell to the ground. Wang Ku held his head and screamed in pain. What are you doing? Jiebingjia stared at him warily. I haven't hit you yet. Why do you have such a painful expression? My head, no. Wang Ku held his neck again and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Wang Ku suddenly convulsed on the ground. His eyes rolled back and white foam came out of his mouth. Woo. Wang Ku convulsed more and more foam came out of his mouth. Is this epilepsy? Chao Xiong widened his eyes in shock. Wang Ku, are you trying to blackmail me? You can blackmail me at this time? Old Dog Murong whispered. After all, no one touched Wang Ku just now. Why did he suddenly fall to the ground with foam coming out of his mouth? Wang Ku, are you trying to pretend to be dead? Look at the situation now. Do you think I won't kill you if you pretend to be dead? Jiebingjia stared and roared. My head, who is attacking my head? No. Wang Ku painfully held his head again. Attacking your head? Everyone looked at Wang Ku. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Ku's body exploded. Wang Ku's body trembled from the explosion. Then, Wang Ku stopped moving. Pretending to be dead? Is it useful for you to pretend to be dead now? My divine sense didn't see any changes at all. Seeking death. Jiebingjia was about to step forward again. At this moment, Wang Ku on the ground slowly stood up. Not pretending anymore? You continue to pretend. Jiebingjia sneered. However, he saw Wang Ku stand up expressionlessly. He ignored Jiebingjia and looked at his body. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth. Wang Ku, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so arrogant? Old Dog Murong exclaimed. Wang Ku ignored Old Dog Murong and slowly looked around. He saw Princess Serene Moon lying at his feet and the third prince with his arms chopped off and his neck in Jiebingjia's large hands. Wang Ku suddenly narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Wang Ku, what's with your expression? Do you think you can scare me by pretending to have amnesia? Jiebingjia sneered and was about to step forward. However, he saw Wang Ku say with a gloomy expression, "Simon Shunsui, didn't you promise this emperor that Enkiquan would be under your control and that nothing would go wrong? What's going on in front of you? How should you be punished?" Wang Ku shouted coldly, his voice filled with majestic anger. He took the lead and reprimanded Simon Shunsui. At this moment, all the officials in the hall suddenly trembled. They all stared at Wang Ku in disbelief. What did Wang Ku mean by this? He called himself this emperor? And he even reprimanded the prime minister? Simon Shunsui suddenly raised his eyebrows and stared at Wang Ku, whose temperament had completely changed. This is... At this moment, Jiebingjia, who was about to pounce on Wang Ku, suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 6:13. After Wang Ku had his epilepsy, his aura changed completely. The moment he opened his mouth to question Simon Shunsui, the expressions of all the officials in the hall changed. Wang Ku referred to himself as I and even said that this was Anka? This was... Everyone suddenly seemed to have guessed something, but they were unwilling to believe this fact. Simon Shunsui stared at Wang Ku, his gaze changing intensely. Wang Ku saw that Simon Shunsui was ignoring him, and slowly turned his head, looking coldly at Simon Shunsui. "Why? I have changed my body and you don't recognize me?" Wang Ku looked coldly at Simon Shunsui. Simon Shuansui's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at Wang Ku. This was Xianghua? Xianghua's primordial spirit possessed Wang Ku? Was that so? Although Simon Shunsui had such a guess, he didn't immediately kneel down. Because, with Simon Shuansui's wisdom, he could see more. What if Wang Ku had purposely pretended to be him? If Wang Ku had purposely pretended to be him, Wang Ku was looking for him to cooperate. Wang Ku wanted him to bring all the officials to pay their respects to Wang Ku, and admit that Wang Ku was Xianghua. This way, Wang Ku could use his identity as Xianghua to scare Jiebingjia. However, he was the benevolent prime minister. How could he purposely throw away the integrity of all the officials just to cooperate with an examinee? The person in front of him was Wang Ku? There was an 80% chance that it was Wang Ku. Humph. You have really disappointed me. Wang Ku looked coldly at Simon Shunsui. Turning around, Wang Ku slowly looked at Jiebingjia. Jiebingjia's eyes were filled with bewilderment. However, Jiebingjia was no fool. Since Jiebingjia had become the Minister of War, how could he not have guessed that this was Wang Ku in disguise? However, Xianghua's prestige in the past was too terrifying. If there was a 10% chance that it was Xianghua, then wouldn't he be dead for sure today? Wang Ku, don't try to be mysterious. Do you think that I will believe you if you go crazy and preach that you are possessed by Xianghua's soul? Now, you can't even fool the officials, and you still want to fool me? Jiebingjia scolded ferociously. Wang Ku wasn't nervous because of Jiebingjia's scolding. Instead, he looked at Jiebingjia and slowly narrowed his eyes. Jiebingjia? You're not bad yourself. Originally, it was like catching a turtle in a jar, but you actually managed to find a way out? If I hadn't sensed it and returned, I would have made a fool of myself here today. As he spoke, Wang Ku took a step forward. This step caused Jiebingjia's heart to beat wildly. What was going on? Could this really be Xianghua? What? You still want to test my ability? Wang Ku said coldly. Jiebingjia swallowed his saliva and suppressed the fear in his heart. He said ferociously, Wang Ku, don't lie to me. Do you think you can fool me? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Ku revealed a cold smile. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Ha! How many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me like this? You have guts. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Come, use all your strength to punch me. If I take a step back, I'll consider it your win and pardon you. Wang Ku said coldly. What? Jiebingjia was stunned. The officials also stared at Wang Ku. If it was Wang Ku in front of them, Then he definitely wasn't Jiebingjia's match, and was deliberately trying to scare him. But are you trying to scare him now? Do you want to play for real? You want to fight with Jiebingjia head-on? Wang Ku's strength seems to have just entered the nascent soul realm, right? Jiebingjia is in the primordial spirit realm. He can kill you with one punch. You want Jiebingjia to fight you? Could it be that this is really Xianghua's possession? One must know that only Xianghua has such strong confidence. Jiebingjia also had the same thought. If Wang Ku avoided fighting with him, then he wouldn't be worried because it must be Wang Ku in disguise. Jiebingjia was most afraid that Wang Ku would really attack him. Wang Ku in the nascent soul realm was something he could crush with one finger. If it was really Xianghua? Then Jiebingjia's scalp went numb. Come, use all your strength and try punching me. If I take a step back, not only will I let you go, I will also let all the demons that Anka caught this time. Wang Ku said coldly. The officials in the hall fell silent. Some people even sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people looked at Wang Ku. Most of them already believed that this was Xianghua's possession. Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? Xianghua is back, an official said excitedly in a low voice. Although these excited voices were soft, they sounded terrifyingly loud in Jiebingjia's ears. Fight? What if Wang Ku is just scaring me? I have to be sure. You asked for it. Wang Ku, if you want to die, don't dodge. Jiebingjia said ferociously. Come, use your strongest fist. I will give you time to charge up. Wang Ku said calmly. Perhaps Wang Ku was hinting too much, but Jiebingjia didn't think of using any weapon at this moment. He only used his fist. Charge up. Of course, he had to charge up. He had to gather all his strength and destroy Wang Ku in one go. Only then could he eliminate the fear in his heart. Even if he wanted to attack Wang Ku, Jiebingjia didn't dare to let go of the third prince. At this moment, Jiebingjia's heart was filled with fear. Die Wang Ku. Armor Divine Fist. Jiebingjia shouted ferociously. He swung out a huge fist. The fist seemed to be on fire as it charged towards Wang Ku with a terrifying force. No. The old dog Morong cried out. Even the old dog Morong wouldn't dare to take this fist head-on. If it was really Wang Ku, he would have been scared to death. The astral wind from the fist blew Wang Ku's hair into a mess. However, Wang Ku did not show any fear. Instead, he smiled and stretched out a finger of his right hand. Wang Ku extended his right index finger and met Jiebingjia's fist. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. A finger? You're using a finger to meet Jiebingjia's fist? Jiebingjia was also shocked. However, the only thing he could do now was to give it his all. Boom! With a muffled sound, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The scene of Wang Ku being destroyed didn't happen as everyone had imagined. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. They saw Wang Ku and Jiebingjia still in the same position where their fists and fingers collided. Wang Ku stood there elegantly. He didn't move an inch, but there was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. The fire on Jiebingjia's fist disappeared. It was obvious that he had used up all his strength. A finger? He blocked Jiebingjia's fist with a single finger? Jiebingjia looked at the finger in front of his fist and felt his scalp tingle. When he saw Wang Ku's faint sneer, it was as if he saw the Grim Reaper smiling at him. Bang bang bang! Jiebingjia retreated in fear. Even though he was holding the third prince, he stumbled and fell to the ground. You! Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ku in horror. Looks like your fist is still not good enough. My feet didn't move. Wang Ku said with a slight smile. Greetings to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Instantly, a large number of officials greeted him respectfully in the main hall. He blocked Jiebingjia with a single finger. Was this still Wang Ku? Of course not. Then he must be possessed by Xianghua's primordial spirit. There was no need to guess anymore. Bang! At this moment, Wang Ku's body shook and a gust of air rushed in all directions. Second level nascent soul stage? Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ku in shock. The aura that Wang Ku exuded was unmistakable. Second level nascent soul stage. But how did you suddenly break through? Wang Ku looked at his own body and said calmly, "It seems that the body that we have possessed this time is still too weak in the end. It can't withstand my primordial spirit. Forget it. I'll take it as a reward for borrowing your body. I'll help you raise your cultivation by 1 level." Wang Ku shook his head and muttered to himself. It could be considered that he had answered everyone's doubts. It was Xianghwa's primordial spirit that helped Wang Ku break through his cultivation? Wang Ku was really lucky. At this moment, many officials in the main hall were no longer nervous. After all, Xianghua had returned. Even if he was only possessed by his primordial spirit, it was still not something that Jiebingjia could act impudently. "Jiebingjia, looks like I can't let you go?" Wang Ku stared at Jiebingjia and said coldly. Jiebingjia suddenly trembled. "Xianghua, don't come over. Otherwise I'll kill the third prince right now." "Heh, you want to use third prince to threaten me?" Wang Ku looked at Jiebingjia and said calmly. At this moment, Jiebingjia completely believed that the person in front of him was Xianghua. He automatically imagined every word that Wang Ku said to be Xianghwa's words. He no longer had any doubts and his body instantly tensed up. "At most, we'll die together. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me." Jiebingjia was so nervous that his hands trembled. "Do you think that if I wanted you to die, you'd still have the chance to kill third prince?" Wang Ku said calmly. "Why you?" Jiebingjia looked at Wang Ku in horror. "It's because I saw that you didn't want to kill third prince that I didn't make a move. If you really wanted to die together with third prince, you'd already be a pile of meat paste," Wang Ku said coldly. Wang Ku's words were very straightforward. "If you kill third prince, I'll make you explode before you make a move. Let's see who's faster, you or me." Jiebingjia understood the meaning behind Wang Ku's words and felt his scalp tingle. "What do I do? What do I do? Am I done for today?" "Jiebingjia, you're a demon. You're a natural enemy of the righteous path. However, do you know why I've let you live until now?" Wang Ku took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. "Why? You want me to find other demons in hiding?" Jiebingjia gritted his teeth and said angrily. Wang Ku shook his head. "Because of your ability." "Me?" Jiebingjia was stunned. "That's right. I'm a person who loves talents. I can't bear to kill you because of your talent." Wang Ku sighed softly. What? Jiebingjia seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in his surprise. "The evil dynasty won't use you. With your talent, you can only be a spy. What a pity, what a pity! If only you were righteous." Wang Ku let out a long sigh. Jiebingjia swallowed his saliva. At this moment, he felt extremely nervous and complicated. "Xianghua, what do you mean?" Jiebingjia's nervousness had a hint of anticipation. "If I remember correctly, in this world, not all demons will be demons forever. Buddhism has a divine technique, the Vairocana divine technique. It can allow a Buddhist cultivator to be reborn after nirvana. After nirvana, all traces of the previous life will be washed away, and all memories will be retained. Demons can become righteous. Not only does Buddhism have the technique of nirvana rebirth, but Taoism also has it. My Daisen dynasty also has it," Wang Ku said calmly. In the main hall, everyone looked at Wang Ku. Everyone seemed to have guessed something. Jiebingjia's breathing became hurried. "Jiebingjia, I love your talent. I'll give you a chance to become a righteous person. Are you willing to take it?" Wang Ku looked down at the panicking Jiebingjia. P.S. First update. Chapter 6:14. "Jiebingjia, I love your talent. I'll give you a chance to become an official. Are you willing to take it?" Wang Ku looked down at the panicking Jiebingjia. Wang Ku's words instantly lit up Jiebingjia's eyes. "Xianghua thinks highly of me? They think highly of my talent? If it was any other time, Jiebingjiao would still be able to calm down. Now that he was grasping at straws, how could he think of the worst? Moreover, who would admit that their talent was lacking? How could someone lacking talent become the Minister of War? My talent must be too dazzling for Xianghua to think so highly of me. Xianghua thinks highly of me? I don't have to die? Your Majesty, why you're not lying to me, right? Jiebingjia trembled as he stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku revealed a faint smile. Do you think that I don't keep my word? No, no, Your Majesty's words carry enormous weight. How could he not keep his word? This subject is willing to turn over a new leaf. This subject is willing to pledge loyalty to Your Majesty to the death. Jiebingjia excitedly shouted. Even if I can return to the evil dynasty now, I'll be in big trouble. It's better to stay in the Daisan dynasty. Although I won't be a spy in the future, I can walk under the sun. Xianghua thinks highly of my talent. I can even become an official in the future. Not only will I not have to die, I can also reach a high position. As for the demonic body, I don't need to be reluctant. Your Majesty will give me a top-notch technique. At this time, do I still need to choose? Pledge your loyalty to me, even if you have to die 10,000 deaths? Ha 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 ha. Wang Ku laughed loudly. At this moment, all the officials in the hall looked at Wang Ku with complicated expressions. A demonic body was enough to make him an official? The righteous and demonic bodies were irreconcilable. Why did Your Majesty have such an attitude? Long live Your Majesty! Jiebingjia knelt down excitedly. At this moment, Jiebingjia clung on to Zhang Xian's thigh once more and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I was provoked earlier and did not intend to hurt the third prince. I can immediately treat the third prince's injury and help him reattach his arm. Jiebingjia immediately looked at Wang Ku anxiously. Clearly, even though he had declared his loyalty, he was still worried about the trouble he had caused earlier. Wang Ku glanced at the third crown prince. He didn't get angry because of this. Instead, he said calmly, if you don't experience the storm, how can you see the rainbow? Third brother? Let him learn from this lesson. I won't punish you. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiebingjia was overjoyed. Xianghua's words carried enormous weight. If they didn't punish him because of the third crown prince, then he wouldn't have any worries in the future. Dang dang. Wang Ku tapped the inner wall of the divine weapon and divine armor shield lightly with his finger. Can this kind of trash be used as a Dharma treasure? Wang Ku looked at him with disdain. Jiebingjia was instantly enlightened. It's my fault. I'll remove the divine weapon and divine armor shield now to prevent Your Majesty's eyes from being tainted. As he spoke, Jiebingjia reached out his hand and withdrew it. Whoosh! The huge divine weapon and divine armor shield instantly shrank and fell into Jiebingjia's sleeve. Your Majesty, I've reattached the third prince's arm and removed the binding divine armor on him. I've also detoxified the third prince. The third prince has been poisoned by the drunken immortal. He should wake up soon, Jiebingjia said. Wang Ku glanced at the third prince, who was bare-armed and covered in blood, as if he didn't care. At this moment, all the officials in the hall looked at Wang Ku respectfully. Only Simon Shunsui stared at Wang Ku with a complicated expression. Jiebingjia, listen to the decree, Wang Ku suddenly said with a serious expression. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiebingjia immediately knelt down with ecstasy. Wang Ku didn't speak. Instead, he frowned and looked at Jiebingjia without speaking. Jiebingjia was stunned. What did Xianghua mean? Didn't you ask me to listen to the decree? Why aren't you speaking? All the officials looked at Wang Ku in confusion, and then they all looked at Jiebingjia. Jiebingjia, where are you standing? That's Your Majesty's dragon platform. Are you kneeling on Your Majesty's dragon platform to listen to the decree? One of the officials shouted angrily. When Jiebingjia saw this, his expression changed. He quickly got up and walked down the dragon platform. Earlier, because he wanted to kidnap the third prince and capture Princess Serene Moon, he ran up the dragon platform. In his excitement, he almost forgot. Your Majesty, please forgive this official for being rash. Jiebingjiao knelt in the center of the hall and immediately begged for forgiveness. At this moment, Wang Ku's expression seemed much more relaxed. At this moment, Xianghua suddenly wanted to take in an evil demon. This was something that had never happened before. All the officials looked on with complicated expressions. However, Xianghua's prestige was too strong, and no one dared to refute. The hall was silent as everyone looked at Xianghua, waiting for Xianghua to give the order. Old Dog Murong, generals of the War God Temple. Wang Ku said with a calm expression. Present. The generals of the War God Temple answered. Jiebingjiao and the officials looked at Wang Ku in confusion. What was Xianghua doing? Didn't you want to reward Jiebingjiao? We want all of you to react as quickly as possible. Immediately take control of Jiebingjiao. Do it. Wang Ku shouted. What? Jiebingjiao's expression changed. Xianghua, didn't you want to reward me? You want the War God Temple to deal with me? Why? Didn't you admire my talent? Didn't you absolve me of my crimes? Yes. Old Dog Murong and the others replied. Boom. A large group of generals of the War God Temple instantly pounced on Jiebingjiao, piling him on top of each other like a human pyramid. Using numbers to win, attacking when he was unprepared, ganging up on him. Jiebingjiao was still in a daze. How could he be a match for a group of veterans? In an instant, he was completely subdued. Your Majesty, you said you wouldn't hold me accountable. Your Majesty, you said you admired me. Your Majesty, why are you capturing me? Why? Jiebingjiao roared in grief and indignation. In the main hall, the hundreds of officials were also puzzled. Perhaps only Prime Minister Shimin Shunshui seemed to have seen through the clues. He stood there without saying a word. The chaos in the hall instantly stopped, and Jiebingjiao was immediately captured. However, Jiebingjiao refused to accept this. His resentment made Jiebingjiao look at Xianghua with red eyes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Jiebingjiao was still begging Wang Ku, as if he was waiting for Xianghua to say that this was all a joke. At this moment, Xianghua's ice sculpture on the dragon throne suddenly emitted a golden light again. This ice sculpture was the one that had fused with Princess Serene Moon and let Serene Moon replace Xianghua. Buzz! The golden light illuminated the entire hall. Xianghua's ice sculpture was still an ice sculpture, but it suddenly emitted a monstrous aura. Whoosh! The aura of the ice sculpture swept through the entire hall, causing everyone to tremble. This aura was powerful, but more importantly, it was familiar. Xianghua's aura? That ice sculpture? The old dog Murong stared and said. However, the ice sculpture seemed to come to life and slowly turned its head. What happened? Why did I lose contact with my ice puppet just now? Where is Serene Moon? The ice sculpture said in a low voice. Buzz! The eyes of the ice sculpture opened, and a pair of eyes that were as deep as the abyss instantly sucked in people's souls. There was no mistaking this majesty. This was Xianghua's aura. Xianghua's primordial spirit had fused with the ice sculpture? This ice sculpture was Xianghua's primordial spirit clone? Your Majesty? The old dog Murong looked at the ice sculpture in astonishment. Welcome back to Your Majesty's primordial spirit. Long live the Emperor! Simon Shunshui suddenly bowed respectfully to the ice sculpture. What? Many officials looked at Simon Shunshui in astonishment. What did he mean? Why did he bow again? Wasn't Xianghua at the side? Didn't he speak for a long time just now? Everyone suddenly looked at Wang Ku. Wang Ku was fused with Xianghua's primordial spirit. The ice sculpture in front of them was also fused with Xianghua's primordial spirit. Wang Ku and the ice sculpture looked at each other. They didn't have the natural feeling of being the same person. The ice sculpture frowned slightly at Wang Ku, and a trace of doubt and coldness flashed in its eyes. Wang Ku looked at the ice sculpture, and his mouth opened in astonishment. His face twitched. "You're that brat? You actually dare to come to our good temple?" The ice sculpture looked coldly at Wang Ku. The officials stared at Wang Ku. What was going on? Too fused with Xianghua. How could they confront each other? Could it be? Everyone suddenly thought of a strange possibility. However, they saw Wang Ku's face suddenly twitch. "This brat is Wang Ku. This time, I specially came to ask for Xianghua's hand in marriage. Who knew that you weren't home, and the housekeepers of this house were making a ruckus? They even cut off your son's arm and wanted to capture Serene Moon. I helped to stop them." The ice sculpture looked at Wang Ku, puzzled. Clearly, there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. At this moment, all the officials stared at Wang Ku, dumbfounded. They finally confirmed their previous guesses. "Wang Ku, you tricked me? You just pretended to be Xianghua to trick me. You bastard, you actually dared to trick me?" PFFF. Jiebingjia was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Earlier, Xianghua admired my talent? Bullshit. That was all pretended by Wang Ku. Damn it, I was tricked. I just seized the initiative. I just grasped the situation. I had all the advantages, but I was King tricked. He tricked me of all my advantages. Not only did I lose my hostage, but I was also captured by a group of War God Temple veterans. Big liar, why did you trick me? Why did you pretend to be Xianghua to trick me? Liar. PFFF. Jiebingjia spat out a mouthful of blood in grief and indignation. The ice sculpture frowned at Wang Ku. The faces of all the officials twitched as they looked at Wang Ku. After all, it wasn't just Jiebingjia who was tricked. They were tricked as well. "Jiebingjia, what are you saying? You want to kill me, you want me dead. I played a beautiful joke on you, and you can't even take it? I'm already repaying evil with good by not killing you," Wang Ku angrily rebuked. "Beautiful joke, your sister. You pretended to be Xianghua. You'll die a horrible death." Jiebingjia roared. "Did I pretend to be Xianghua? Think about it yourself. When did I say I was Xianghua? You were the one who added the scene in your mind. How can you blame me?" Wang Ku angrily rebuked. At this time, it was better to clear his name. If someone attacked me, it would be even more difficult for me to marry Serene Moon. After Wang Ku finished speaking, Jiebingjia stared at Wang Ku and recalled everything Wang Ku had said. Indeed, Wang Ku didn't say he was Xianghua. He was the one who had forced that identity on him. The officials also looked at Wang Ku with twitching faces. "Although you didn't say you were Xianghua, your tone and attitude weren't impersonating Xianghua. How did you have the face to throw the blame away? Where's your face?" P.S. Second update. Chapter 6:15. Inside the good divine hall, Xianghua's primordial spirit had returned and possessed the ice sculpture. She coldly looked at the chaos in the imperial court. At her dragon platform, Serene Moon and Jiang Ping were unconscious. In the center of the hall, a group of generals pressed Jiebingjia to the ground. Jiebingjia angrily cursed at Wang Ku. The officials looked at Wang Ku and their faces twitched. "Impersonating me?" Xianghua narrowed her eyes at Wang Ku. "We remember now. You're Wang Ku? You said you helped us deal with family matters just now?" Wang Ku immediately jumped off the dragon platform and returned to his previous position. Reporting to Xianghua, this humble one specially came from the 100,000 mountains to propose marriage to Princess Serene Moon. "I want to thank Xianghua for granting Princess Serene Moon's marriage to me just now." Wang Ku thanked Xianghua. "Long live Xianghua!" Wang Ku immediately shouted. The officials in the hall suddenly looked at Wang Ku with strange expressions. How thick is your skin? We all know that it was Princess Serene Moon impersonating Xianghua who agreed just now. It wasn't Xianghua who agreed. Do you still want Xianghua to acknowledge it?" Sure enough, Xianghua looked at Wang Ku coldly. "Wang Ku, Do you know what you're saying? Before Wang Ku could open his mouth, Shimin Shunshui suddenly took a step forward. Reporting to Your Majesty personally promised to betroth Princess Serene Moon to Wang Ku. All of us heard it. Your Majesty is a man of his word. He will definitely remember it. Simon Shunshui suddenly said in a clear voice. This clear voice startled all the officials in the hall. Everyone looked at Simon Shunshui in surprise. What's going on? Why are you helping Wang Ku speak nonsense? Simon Shunshui? Xianghua looked at Simon Shunshui. Your Majesty's results in today's court examination have been confirmed. The first place in today's court examination is Wang Ku. Wang Ku was first in the first examination, second examination, third examination, and palace examination. He was the top scholar of this examination. As the top scholar, he was paired with Princess Yu Yu. Naturally, he would not disgrace her status as a princess. Your Majesty has already given his decree. Naturally, all of us will listen to it. Wang Ku had just resolved the crisis in the court. He is the hero of today. Shimin Shunshui solemnly bowed and said, Please, Your Majesty, bestow this title upon me. At this moment, everyone looked at Simon Shunshui. Even Wang Ku stared at Simon Shunshui. What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west? Why is Simon Shunshui speaking up for me? He's even helping me ask Xianghua for a marriage? That can't be right? Although he was confused, Wang Ku looked expectantly at Xianghua. Xianghua narrowed his eyes at Simon Shunshui's stubbornness. He looked at the officials in confusion. Clearly, Xianghua did not know what had happened here. Simon Shunshui, step forward, Xianghua said. Wang Ku looked suspiciously at Simon Shunshui. Simon Shunshui was already standing at the front. Why would he step forward? Simon Shunshui took a large step forward. Xianghua slowly sat down on the dragon throne and waved his hand. Whoosh! A crystal-like barrier formed around the dragon platform, enveloping Simon Shunshui, Xianghua, and the dragon platform. For a moment, the people outside could not hear anything from within. Within the crystal barrier, Xianghua sat on the dragon throne and looked at Simon Shunshui. Simon Shunshui, recount to us what happened during this period of time. This subject obeys Your Majesty, Simon Shunshui replied. Immediately, within the crystal barrier, Simon Shunshui described everything that had happened to Xianghua in detail. Outside, the officials were waiting. Wang Ku was also curious. Unfortunately, the barrier separated the inside from the outside. He could only vaguely see that Simon Shunshui seemed to be reporting something to Xianghua. Xianghua's gaze alternated between Qing Baichuan, Chao Xiong, Wang Yuli, and finally, Wang Ku with a strange expression. What's with Xianghua's expression? Simon Shunshui wouldn't secretly speak ill of me, right? Wang Ku revealed a worried expression. Within the crystal barrier. After Simon Shunshui's report, Xianghua finally understood everything that had happened. Wang Ku. He clearly has the talent of splendid embroidery, but he didn't use it and relied on cheating to pass the first and second tests? Xianghua frowned. Yes, it has already been proven that Wang Ku has the ability to pass the first and second tests. This subject guesses that Wang Ku really did come here to ask for Princess Serene Moon's hand in marriage, so he used Ode to Xianghua to win Your Majesty's favor in the first test. As for the second test, it was an accident. Perhaps Wang Ku had written a military strategy that surpassed cheating, but unfortunately, it was ruined by the soldier armor removal method. In the third test, breaking the formation and rivers run red have already been confirmed to have been written by Wang Ku. During the court examination, Wang Ku did not know that the princess was pretending to be Your Majesty, but he revealed his true feelings and moved the princess. Thus, he was confirmed to have taken first place. This can also be considered a point, and it is widely expected. Simon Shunshui said solemnly. Xianghua's expression became unsightly. Simon Shunsway, when the third prince was being held hostage, if I guessed correctly, you had the ability to save him. Why didn't you do it? Why did you let soldier armor removal method act so arrogantly? Xianghua looked coldly at Simon Shunsway. Simon Shunsway took a deep breath. This subject originally wanted to observe the expressions of the officials to determine if there were other demons hiding in the palace. I hope to continue digging. Oh! Xianghua stared at Simon Shunsway. The third prince was being held hostage, but as long as he didn't die, he could be saved. As long as soldier armor removal method did not immediately kill the third prince, this subject would not immediately act. However, soldier armor removal method was so arrogant that he wanted to capture Princess Serene Moon. When this subject was about to act, Wang Ku acted first. Wang Ku's strategy was quite good, and he managed to turn all the disasters into nothing. This subject feels that this Wang Ku is a talent. Simon Shunsway said solemnly with a bow. Xianghua narrowed his eyes at Simon Shunsway. Out of all the officials in the palace, only you dare to disregard my children. Simon Shunsway, you are really something. This subject is loyal to your majesty. This subject will not refuse anything that is beneficial to your majesty. Simon Shunsway said respectfully. You are just too smart. Do you know why I had Serene Moon impersonate me? Xianghua said in a deep voice. This subject guessed that Xianghua was going to act. Every step was planned. Princess Serene Moon ascended the dragon throne to pave the way for the corpse ghost imperial court. Simon Shunsway said respectfully. You, Xianghua revealed a light smile. Obviously, having such a subject would save him a lot of worry. Your Majesty, the princess impersonated your Majesty earlier, but it was also your Majesty's words. The words of a monarch cannot be changed. Since it is done, it must be carried out. Your Majesty's goal is the throne, and the Emperor's words are the heavenly law. How can it be changed? Therefore, Wang Ku must be the new champion. Your Majesty can delay the marriage of Wang Ku and Serene Moon, but it cannot be stopped. Simon Shunsway said solemnly with a bow. Xianghua narrowed his eyes at Wang Ku outside. Outside the crystal wall, Wang Ku had a strange expression. Why is Xianghua looking at me like that? As if I owe you money? Whoosh! Xianghua waved his sleeve, and the surrounding crystal wall instantly disappeared. Shiman Shunshui also stepped into the rank. Xianghua, I am willing to submit to Xianghua. Xianghua, please let me off. Jiebingjia, whose cultivation was sealed, anxiously shouted. At this moment, Jiebingjia was still thinking about the words that Wang Ku impersonated Xianghua and said, Perhaps Xianghua appreciates my talent? Xianghua only glanced at him and coldly said, Throw him into the imperial prison. Yes. A group of guards came forward to take Jiebingjia, whose cultivation was sealed. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to turn over a new leaf. This subject is willing to become an official. Your Majesty, didn't you say that you appreciate my talent? Your Majesty, this subject is willing to assist Your Majesty with all my strength, Your Majesty. Jiebingjia shouted in horror. At this moment, Jiebingjia was so flustered that he didn't know which words were spoken by Wang Ku and which by Xianghua. At this moment, he was already spouting nonsense, causing the officials to exclaim in surprise. No matter how much Jiebingjia shouted, no one paid attention to him. He was quickly dragged out of the good temple and sent to the imperial prison with the 4 demonic candidates that had just been captured. Qing Baichuan, Xianghua said in a deep voice. This subject is here. Qing Baichuan immediately bowed in excitement. I already know about your matter. 30 years ago, you were indeed implicated. You were able to enter the demonic lands and investigate the truth. These years, you have indeed worked hard. Today, I will restore your position as the Minister of War. I hope that you will continue to work hard and do your best for the righteous path. Xianghua said in a deep voice. Qing Baichuan's eyes lit up. This subject, Minister of War, Qing Baichuan, thanks your majesty. Long live the emperor! Congratulations, Minister Cheng. The officials immediately congratulated him. Qing Baichuan also bowed to the officials. At this moment, his face was filled with joy. Only Wang Ku's expression changed slightly. Qing Baichuan's position as the Minister of War was restored? Would he renege on his debt? He still owes me 10 million jin of spirit stones. For the inquiries, Wang Ku is first in the undergraduate exam. There are still 4 other candidates. Continue to answer the questions, Xianghua said in a deep voice. The officials in the hall were stunned. Your Majesty approved of the princess's decision? Wang Ku also looked at Simon Shunsui in confusion. Xianghua approved of Serene Moon's decision? You persuaded her? Could it be that I have wronged you in the past? You are also a good person? Simon Shunsui ignored Wang Ku. In the hall, the remaining 4 candidates were answering the questions one after another. Of course, the 4 candidates did not have Wang Ku's courage. They immediately said that they wanted to marry the princess. They all answered the questions according to the rules. Soon, Xianghua determined the rankings. Princess Serene Moon and the 3rd prince were unconscious. Under Xianghua's gaze, palace maids and guards came to carefully carry them away to treat their injuries and rest. When Wang Ku saw Serene Moon being carried away, he was also anxious. Your Majesty, you previously agreed to betroth the princess to me. Shouldn't we set a date first? Wang Ku immediately asked. In the hall, all the officials looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. You are too impatient. Are you forcing Xianghua to marry the princess to you? Xianghua also looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. Do you know the rules or not? It is already good enough that I did not hold you responsible. I even gave you the title of the top scholar. Why do you still not know how to restrain yourself? I will agree to your request now. Do you think I don't have any face? Wang Ku stared at Xianghua. I have no choice. They all say that you are narrow-minded. If I don't settle the matter now, what if you go back on your words later? Your Majesty, please make it clear. Wang Ku bowed respectfully again. The hall instantly fell silent. Even Simon Shunsui, who had spoken up for Wang Ku, felt his face twitch. I praised you in front of Xianghua. Was it too early? How can you be so impatient? This is the court examination, not a blind date. P.S. End of the 3rd watch. Chapter 6:16. Inside the Divine Hall of Benevolence. The officials' faces twitched as they looked at Wang Ku. They had never seen anyone who dared to ask for a kiss from Xianghua like this. Yes, he wanted a kiss. No matter what the occasion was, he wanted Xianghua to give an explanation. Why don't you take a look at who you are? Your top scholar title was given to you by Xianghua. Wang Ku, do you know what you are saying? I just gave you the honor of being the new top scholar. Have you forgotten? Xianghua said in a low voice. Don't push your luck. I didn't mention it, but you brought it up? Reporting to Xianghua, I have already said my purpose in coming to the Divine Hall of Benevolence. To sum it up, my achievements are like fleeting clouds to me. I only envy Mandarin ducks, not immortals. The top scholar title is gone. If I want to take the exam next year, I have to spend some money. No, if I want to take the exam next year, I can take the exam again. But the princess is different. I have already promised Princess Serene Moon. I can't be muddle-headed just because of a top scholar, right? Wang Ku said. The officials looked at Wang Ku strangely. What did he mean? You just said something wrong, right? What did he mean by spending some money? Spend some money to become the top scholar? Shimen Xunshui's face darkened as he looked at Wang Ku. F***ck, what a waste of all the good words I put in for you. Do you think you can just spend money to pass the imperial examinations that I'm the head examiner for? My achievements are like fleeting clouds to me. I only envy Mandarin ducks, not immortals? Xianghua's expression changed strangely. Yes, marrying and having children is the way of human relationships, Everything else is trivial. Wang Ku nodded respectfully. The hall was silent. You think marrying and having children is more important than anything else? We are immortal cultivators. Why would we care about this? Xianghua, you promised Wang Ku that you would betroth Princess Serene Moon to Wang Ku. Simon Shunsui took a deep breath. The officials looked at Simon Shunsui strangely. You are also speaking up for Wang Ku? Wang Ku looked at Simon Shunsui in surprise. This Simon Shunsui is really a good person. Just because he spoke up for me, I'll write off the grudge between me and his son, Yasushi Simon. Xianghua glanced at Simon Shunsui, his fingers lightly tapping the dragon throne as he pondered for a moment. If you want to marry Serene Moon, we can let you go, but you have to show us your achievements in marrying a princess. Xianghua said in a deep voice. The officials looked at Xianghua in surprise. Your Majesty, did you really agree? Why? Wasn't there news that you rejected Wang Ku back then? Xianghua, please enlighten us. Wang Ku said excitedly. Wasn't I just waiting for you to relent? Once you relent, everything can be discussed. I'm just afraid you won't relent. Xianghua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'll tell you in a few days when we have thought about it. Talk in a few days? Wang Ku's expression stiffened. Aren't you just stalling for time? However, since you relented, it can be considered a breakthrough. A few days is a few days. I'll think of a way to rush you later. Yes, as Xianghua says. Wang Ku nodded and bowed. Xianghua stared at Wang Ku and suddenly said, Just now we were in a daze. You impersonated us and saved Jiang Ping and Serene Moon. No, Xianghua, I only impersonated my eldest cousin. My eldest cousin is the ruler of the mortal district, so I impersonated my eldest cousin and called myself we. I never said that I was Xianghua. Jiebingjiao was the one who let his imagination run wild. He was crazy and spouted nonsense. Xianghua, don't take it seriously. Wang Ku immediately shifted the blame. The officials looked at Wang Ku strangely. You really have the face to brag. Don't worry, we are not blaming you. We want to reward you. Apart from Serene Moon, is there anything else you want? Xianghua asked. Wang Ku raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianghua. What do you mean? If you want to reward me, just reward me. Why do you need me to make a request? Xianghua, I think we should forget about it. Saving Serene Moon is my duty. It's my own matter. I don't need others to thank me. Many thanks for Xianghua's kindness, but I don't need it. Wang Ku immediately said. Xianghua's expression froze. You sly little fox. Xianghua used this matter to reward Wang Ku. It wasn't to make Wang Ku do anything, but to use it to speak ill of Princess Serene Moon. Xianghua's pettiness wasn't undeserved. Xianghua would say to Serene Moon, Look, Wang Ku saved you, yet he shamelessly asked for a reward. He treats you as an outsider, a tool to receive rewards. How could he be worthy of your lifelong commitment? As long as Serene Moon was persuaded to not marry Wang Ku, then Wang Ku's marriage proposal would become a joke. But who knew if Wang Ku wouldn't fall for it? No, we must honor our words. You can make a request that isn't too excessive. We can satisfy you, Xianghua said in a deep voice. You must make an exorbitant request. Although you can't make Serene Moon immediately break off the engagement, you must at least make Serene Moon feel uncomfortable. There's really no need. Your Majesty, you are too polite, Wang Ku immediately said. All the officials in the hall looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. When did your Majesty treat you politely? It was you who added drama for yourself, wasn't it? Your Majesty is giving you face, yet you don't want it. Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? You must say it, Xianghua said in a deep voice. At this moment, all the officials were looking at Xianghua with strange expressions. They clearly hadn't guessed Xianghua's goal, but they were stunned when they saw Xianghua stubbornly wanting to give something to their future son-in-law. Since when did Xianghua become so easy to talk to? Wang Ku has already refused so many times, yet you still don't get angry? Wang Ke saw that Xianghua was unwilling to let it go, so he knew that he had no choice but to accept a reward today. Then this one won't be polite. Wang Ke took a deep breath. Good, go ahead and say it. Xianghua said in satisfaction. That's more like it. If you want an exorbitant price, we can completely ignore it and even accuse you of not knowing what's good for you. I'm going to marry Serene Moon in the future, so I naturally can't treat Serene Moon poorly. It just so happens that my subordinates are helping me with a small business. I want to buy a piece of land in the capital of kindness to open a shop and earn some pocket money for Serene Moon. Can I ask Xianghua to sell me a piece of land? It's best if you can reduce my taxes. I'm worried that the taxes will be too much to bear. After all, it's not easy to make money these days. Wang Ke said after some thought. After Wang Ke finished speaking, all the officials in the hall had their mouths agape. Damn, Xianghua asked you to propose a reward, and you propose something like this? Of course, for a piece of land I'll pay as much as it costs. I'll buy it according to the price. I only ask Xianghua to restrain your subordinates and not make things difficult for me when the time comes. If you can reduce my taxes a bit, that would be even better. Wang Ke once again clarified his conditions. At this moment, let alone Xianghua, even Simon Shunsui and the other officials looked at Wang Ke with twitching faces. What kind of condition was this? Someone would make things difficult for you when you're buying land? Did you think Xianghua would make things difficult for you over such a small matter? Weren't you a bit too petty? You want to do a small business? Xianghua's face twitched. Xianghua had sat on the dragon throne for several hundred years, and this was the first time someone had talked to him about doing a small business in court. We're waiting for you to ask for an exorbitant price. Your exorbitant price is a small business? You want me to not make things difficult for you and reduce your taxes? What do you take our words for? Where do you think you're at? Yes, I also know that governing a country isn't easy, and I don't want to cause trouble for Xianghua. I also don't want to break the rules. I'm just doing a small business to make ends meet, so it's inevitable that there will be taxes. When the time comes, I'm afraid that someone will plot against me and sue me for tax evasion. If that happens, I won't be able to find anyone to reason with. Making money isn't easy, so I'll shamelessly ask for an exorbitant price for Xianghua's reward. I ask Xianghua to help me resolve this matter. Wang Ke said solemnly. Xianghua looked at Wang Ke with a dark expression. You call this exorbitant price? What's the difference between this and not asking at all? Do you think I'm lacking in your taxes? Do you think someone will plot against you? What are you thinking? How much money can you make by doing a small business? It can't even be as much as the 1 million gene of spirit stones I gave you back then, right? The hall was filled with confusion. The good emperor also suppressed his anger and looked at Wang Ke. Only Simon Shuansui's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed as he looked at Wang Ke. Your Majesty, Wang Ke's business should have a lot of taxes. Your Majesty can't reduce it too much. Simon Shunsui immediately stepped forward anxiously. Simon Shunsui was anxious. I haven't had time to report this to Xianghua. This Wang Ke's Xinhuang company is making a lot of money. All the officials looked at Simon Shunsui in astonishment. Only a small portion of the officials knew how powerful the Xinhuang company was. Most of them didn't understand the reason. When they saw Simon Shunsui stop Wang Ke, they all had strange expressions. Was Wang Ke right? He hadn't even started a small business, and the Prime Minister was already eyeing his taxes? Xianghua, see, I didn't lie. I already said that this request is a bit too much. If Xianghua can't help me, then forget it. I'll think of another way. Wang Ke immediately said respectfully. Xianghua's face darkened. Can't I solve such a small matter? All right, I promise you. Wang Ke wants to do a small business? The business done in the Daesan dynasty will never be taxed. What do you think? Xianghua said in a deep voice. Your Majesty! Simon Shuansui's face darkened as he shouted. Simon Shunsui? Can't I make a decision on such a small matter? Xianghua said in a deep voice. Simon Shunsway looked at Xianghua and finally smiled bitterly. Yes, I spoke out of turn. Simon Shunsway understood that the Shunwang Company would definitely earn a lot of money, but there would be a lot of taxes. It wouldn't be a small amount for the state treasury. However, since Xianghua had spoken, what else could he say? Forget it, he'll just treat it as if he didn't have this extra income. Thank you, Xianghua. Xianghua, you're too generous. Wang Ke said excitedly. If you don't collect taxes, doesn't that mean you won't audit the accounts? My Xinhuang Company's accounts won't have to be disclosed to the government? Moreover, taxes are a big part of it. Xianghua is really generous. Generous? Hee, alright, Wang Ke, how much land do you want to buy? How much money do you have? Xianghua said in a bad mood. Xianghua didn't know how much he had lost by saying that he wouldn't collect taxes. After all, Xianghua had traveled the world for too long and didn't know much about the Xinhuang Company. Simon Shunsway didn't have time to report everything about Wang Ke, so he didn't think that Wang Ke was rich. I don't know what the land price is like in Chengdu. Of course, I hope to buy a bigger piece of land. Wang Ke thought for a while and said, A bigger piece of land? How much land can you buy with your money? Have you spent the 1 million kilograms of spirit stones I gave you last time? Xianghua frowned with a trace of disdain. Generally speaking, a nascent soul realm expert's spirit stone savings would be around 1 million kilograms of spirit stones. Wang Ke had just reached the nascent soul realm and hadn't had time to earn money yet. He might not even have 1 million kilograms of spirit stones. The 1 million kilograms of spirit stones he gave back then was a drop in the ocean to him, but to Wang Ke, it must be an astronomical figure. I haven't used the 1 million kilograms of spirit stones Xianghua gave me last time. I don't need this money to buy land this time. I'll use the hard-earned money I earned over the years to buy land. Wang Ke explained. Xianghua revealed a trace of disdain. Hard-earned money? Hard-earned money? How many years has it been? How much can you earn? With that bit of money you shouldn't be able to buy much land. I promised you just now to help you maintain fairness and not let anyone make things difficult for you. You won't be able to enjoy special privileges. Xianghua shook his head and made things difficult for Wang Ke. In Xianghua's mind, Wang Ke only had a few 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones at most. How much land could he buy? I won't give you special privileges this time. No need. As long as it's fair, it's fine. I originally planned to spend 50 million kilograms of spirit stones to buy a piece of land. Of course, if it's too expensive, I can add a little more. Wang Ke said. The moment Wang Ke opened his mouth, the officials in the hall widened their eyes. A nascent soul realm expert's normal savings was around 1 million kilograms. A nascent soul realm expert's normal savings was around 10 million kilograms. And this was for a rich nascent soul realm expert. A person who had 50 million kilograms of savings would be a super tycoon in the nascent soul realm. You have 50 million kilograms of spirit stones? Xianghua stared at Wang Ke. Yes. I did some small business a few years ago and earned a little money. Wang Ke nodded. Little money? Xianghua stared at Wang Ke. The last time I saw you, it was only about 10 years ago. You had only been in the Heavenly Wolf sect for a few months. How could you have so much money in such a short time? Wang Ke, you can't spout nonsense in the imperial court. Xianghua said coldly. Before Wang Ke could speak, Simon Shunsway stepped forward and said, reporting to Xianghua, Wang Ke is not lying. I also heard some news. The 50 million kilograms Wang Ke said was a conservative number. This is only a portion of his liquid asset. If we include the value of some of his fixed assets, Wang Ke's conservative estimate should be a few 100 million kilograms of spirit stones. 24 sea calming pearls were worth a few 100 million. Besides, did Wang Ke have other things that he didn't know? What about the Dragon Emperor's meat? It was all money. It had only been 10 years or so, but Wang Ke had accumulated such wealth in the 100,000 mountains. Just thinking about it was infuriating. In the imperial court, the officials stared at Simon Shunsway. Prime Minister, you're not kidding, right? Isn't Wang Ke doing small business? Is this called small business? Xianghua naturally believed Simon Shunsway. Suddenly, he stared at Wang Ke. Damn, was I too careless just now? I gave him a permanent exemption from taxes? P.S. First update,